Okay, we are live. This is February 19th, 2025, or 2026. All right, we're at the end of week 3 of February. I think Trump just declassified aliens or something. Someone asked him, "Did you see Obama? He said he believes in aliens." And Trump said, "Obama's in big trouble. He's not supposed to declassify that," which is kind of a tacit admission that the thing that doesn't exist, that they're going to say exists, exists. It gives a lot of people reason to believe, which is what they want. Aliens do not exist, as per the documentary Mirage Men. But I realize that what we're dealing with here is the desire to believe. A lot of people want to believe because it gives their life meaning, order, purpose, makes them feel better. I was watching this exchange on Twitter with Human Events and John LeBon. I just listened to Red Eyes Radio, their last podcast, which you can find on Apple Podcasts. It's free for the public. And it's the one where they address the idea that Jeffrey Epstein doesn't exist. And they explain, they give their rationale. And I listened to that just to, make sure I'm accurately understanding the proposition. And what John LeBon asked was, are you certain Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't exist? And I was looking at her TED Talk speech. Like every example of the person existing has to be confronted to say they don't exist. So you have to have your explanations ready. And, he asked, though, are you 100%, 90%, 80%? And she said she's not 100%, that Epstein doesn't exist or Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't exist. I don't know if she's willing to waver on John LeBon. I'm sorry, on John Benet Ramsey. Because LeBon's asking, basically, are you open to the possibility you're wrong? So I was curious as to what her answer was. Because her answer wasn't, I disbelieve in them because I disbelieve in these characters or this situation because of this, and that. McDirty Work says Red Ice was great back in the day, 10, 15 years ago. No, this is Red Eyes Radio. This is Human Events and Human Vibration and Rambo, I believe. And I think they started about 6 years ago. But their operating presumption here is that these people do not exist, that they're simply, I guess, artificial intelligence or CGI. And that's an interesting way of explaining it, because that's kind of what we're saying, in the sense that we're looking at theater. But where we differ is they're suggesting that not even the actors who play the characters exist. And the only way you can make the case that the actors don't exist is if you can replace that with some technology to simulate actors, which, of course, AI is being posited as the answer to this. Well, having studied AI, I found myself revisiting these ideas and questioning, well, would it have been possible, 30 years ago, to have completely fabricated John Benet Ramsey, for example? Well, there's fakeability, and then there's fakeability at scale. Gorillas could be fake in a limited context. You could put on a gorilla costume, start a YouTube channel. Oh, look, this gorilla turns out to be fake. But could you fake gorillas around the world and fool biologists and researchers and zoo goers? Highly unlikely. So it really comes down to scale. How much information are you looking at? If John Benet Ramsey was just an image, you could say, okay, that could be fake. It could be photoshopped, because the technology for creating digital deepfakes didn't exist yet. So you could say these are CGI constructs. Or you could say Jeffrey Epstein's a series of photographs. and so is Ghislaine Maxwell. But the more video that surfaces with audio, the more problematic that claims it really becomes. And I'm looking at this as, are we indeed talking about people who don't exist or people who do exist and are serving in the capacity of some kind of operation? In other words, the conventional explanation, but that maybe he's doing it at the behest of the PSYOP entertainment complex. Throwing a bunch of chicken feed out there to maintain the delusions of the conspiracy crowd, for example. Even the Katy Perry thing is probably misinformation. Anybody saying person A is person B is offering you a major discovery. And if somebody presents a major discovery as real to you, like, oh, this is actually true, and they're not willing to take it to the bank, they're probably not serious. It's not a serious claim to say that this popular pop star was additionally this little crisis actress. If you make that case, you break the internet. You expose Katy Perry. You tear down the system. You reveal all the lies. You could create a major reset of sorts by exposing any one of these conspiracy theories that people throw around flippantly, but they never bother to follow through. If I thought panda bears didn't exist, I would be exposing it. I'd be going to zoos. If I thought chemtrails were real, I would be exposing it. But you don't see conspiracy theorists involved in really anything at all. Adamski says John Ramsey was high up in the company Access Graphics. Right, but even the best graphic design of the time wouldn't have been capable of creating the video that we see. So that's really the problem here. How do you explain it away without introducing advanced technology that is beyond what was available at the time? So if your conspiracy theory requires that you admit the existence of something that doesn't exist to explain it, that's technically called a divine fallacy. Like, I can't explain my theory without introducing a higher power, advanced technology, secret technology, or something that's unknown. So that's where I'm saying that's logically fallacious. It's not a valid proposition to say that she was created with artificial intelligence or with generative AI. Those claims really are derived from a misunderstanding about what AI is. And to substantiate the claim, they have to jump through additional hoops. So it's rejectable. I reject the claim that John Benet Ramsey doesn't exist. Second part of it, is it helpful as a theory? Does it answer any questions? Was there anybody running around questioning, is this guy even real? All the videos seem fake. All the photos seem glitchy. The audio doesn't match up. This guy can't be real. No, nobody was saying that. There's nothing about the existent body of content regarding Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein that would have people, video editing experts, questioning if the person actually existed. Adamski says the nuke program was advanced and kept secret according to the story. Yeah, but you're still out on this fallacious line of reasoning, positing the existence of super advanced technology to create these CGI deepfakes 30 years ago. If they had that, why is the space program fake looking? Like the space program, the ISS, the Chinese space station, these things objectively look fake today. And we have people saying that there was advanced technology 30 years ago that's foolproof even today. Jamarian says we have to explain everything with only known mainstream tech to mankind. Not necessarily true, but yeah, if you're going to be honest, yeah. If your whole argument is premised on positing the existence of something that doesn't exist as the basis for your claim, it's not a good claim. But if you understand how generative AI actually works, and what it requires to work, to function, the knowledge base, the deep learning, you're kind of left with nothing if you're suggesting this thing existed 30 years ago? So a theory is supposed to explain something. It's not supposed to muddy the waters and raise more questions than it actually answers. So I'm wondering, well, what's the point here? What is the objective to the people saying everything is CGI, everything is fake? I think that might be an active measure in a sense. Adamski says, if you were in charge, wouldn't you create confusion? Well, nobody's really confused on this. There's only a small pocket of people who actually think that Jeffrey Epstein never existed. So that argument comes from a couple of places. One is the divine fallacy, which is the one that encompasses advanced technology that doesn't exist. The second one is appeal to personal incredulity. Looks fake to me, I don't believe it. Which is a way of setting yourself up as an expert and arbiter of what's real and fake. Three, all these theories ignore hyper-realistic masks. You would have a better case saying that Jeffrey Epstein is a mask. Ghislaine's wearing a mask. You could actually make that case based on known technology, not introducing imaginary technology. So again, arguments from imaginary technology should be rejected. Another one here is called appeal to ignorance. Appeal to ignorance is a very common one with truthers, where they make a statement about something that they're raising as a question as though the question hasn't already been answered. We see this all the time with the cloud people, the cloud gooners. They're like, what are they spraying? Well, there's about 70 years of documented research, empirical research, rigorous studies on condensation trail and their formation and how predictable they are. 70 years of research answers the question, what are they spraying? And the research would reveal that they're not spraying anything. You wouldn't call it a spray. When you breathe on a cold day and you can see your breath, are you spraying that mist coming out of your mouth? No, it's the hot air interacting with the cold air. Hot, moist air plus cold air condensation. You're basically doing a chemtrail on cold days. So somebody said, what is that guy spraying out of his mouth? Every time he talks, I see his breath. What is he spraying? It's not a spray. So again, the appeal to ignorance is when you ask a question as though it hasn't already been answered a million times before. And asking a question in that sense, the appeal to ignorance, effaces the answers that are already there. And the question actually finds traction with people who don't have a clue. So you don't want to ask someone who knows what it is. They'll say, well, that's a condensation trail. Jamarian says, everything has been a psyop. Why would you expect them to make this advanced technology known? If they release tech to the public, it's a specific agenda, not as a benefit. Again, the problem is with this particular, sure, there could be advanced things people have invented that haven't been brought to the marketplace. But to suggest it existed would be to say, oh, they already had iPhones when they gave us rotary phones. As though there's not an iteration process involved here. Do you think they could have invented an iPhone 13 right after the rotary phone? No, because the phone doesn't exist in isolation. It exists as a process that interacts with the marketplace, with consumers. It has many different parts, many different factories, many different workers. Every single aspect of it is trademarked, accounted for. It's not something you could just build on your own. A generative AI in particular requires deep learning, things that could not have been done pre-internet. You could not have invented generative AI before you had computers. You need silicone chips, for those who say, oh, AI is ancient tech. So if you're open to that possibility, though, then admit at a minimum that your arguments are coming from a place of pure fantasy. It'd be like saying, I believe that everything's already been invented and the elite are just revealing it to us. Okay, sure. Well, there's no evidence for such a proposition. And if your proposition is evidence free, why are you making it? Unless you're just getting into the realm of science fiction. And the reason why this matters is that if you're trying to differentiate real from fake, then you should probably get out of fantasy. Unless you're happy with fantasy, which is kind of where I'm getting at here. The rotary phone exists for the mainstream evidence, is not evidence all phone. See, Jamarian May is suggesting here that we might have been handed a rotary phone, but other technology existed. But how would it have existed is what I'm saying. Where? Do you know how many people it takes to make a pencil? Like, have you heard of, I think it's Marty Friedman talking about this. People take things for granted. Like, if you look at a simple pencil, do you think you could make that? If I gave you a factory, tools, $1 million in your home, in your garage, could you make a pencil? Well, no, the pencil requires a lot of parts from a lot of different places, a lot of integration, things being transported. Could you have invented a Lamborghini at the time of, we'll say, horse and buggy? No, the Lamborghini could not have existed before modern roads, before previous versions of the car could have been tested. Again, these are iterative technologies. They require iterations. It requires development. Look at the work of DARPA, divine fallacy. Again, I'm calling it divine fallacy because I don't exist in fantasy. And there's a deliberate effort to make people fall into fantasy, to leave objective reality. So again, you can say, "Hey, I believe that iPhones have always existed, that AI is ancient." You can say that, but you can no longer claim to be an objectivist, nor can you claim that your opinions have any basis in fact. So again, you're engaging in fantasy. The appeal to DARPA is fantasy, or the appeal to possibility is a big one. Well, everything's possible. Well, no, it's actually not. So the only way you could possibly explain, like the other day, this guy said on X, and he went viral for it. He's like, the Mona Lisa was clearly done with a laser printer and Photoshop. You couldn't have Photoshop before a computer. You couldn't have a computer before electricity. Even if you had electricity and a computer and Photoshop, where are you going to plug it in? And could you have manufactured a computer? Could you have made the equipment that you need without a global network of factories, of transportation, of consumers? I mean, there's so many little components to these things that developed independently that it's a scale issue. Like a lot of the things that we have right now could not exist outside of our modern technologically advanced society. It's super integrated. So no, the rotary phone would necessarily have to have preceded the cell phone. The the reason why, of course, is that it's not just the object, the phone, but it's the use of it, the consumers, the trial and error, the development, the many minds that go into developing various components of it. The same one person did not develop every component in the iPhone. And when it comes to the physical aspect of making things, yeah, that's a whole process that involves items being shipped around, interacting with different factories. It requires a lot of literature, research, development. So largely, these are appeals to ignorance. These are claims that are rooted in an ignorance about how certain things even come into existence. So it's not a rational statement to say that that Photoshop existed 500 years ago. Like we can admit here that that's just irrational. It's nonsense. Now you can make a science fiction scenario, and I've come up with one. My science fiction scenario is, well, Jamarian May says, our low tech is manufactured psyop. Advanced tech has existed since the time of Atlantis. We're recovering ancient fallen angel tech. See, but without going into the divine, fallen angels, do they exist? So without going into the realm of religion and magical thinking, you don't have any evidence. You couldn't prove this. And to me, the problem with this here is that it's not necessary. It doesn't explain anything. Nixon's, oh yeah, Auto Hoax says Nixon used a rotary phone to call the moon. I've seen the photo, but there is an explanation for that. I mean, we're not straw manning here. It's intellectually dishonest anyway to straw man to say, oh, NASA was talking to him on a rotary phone when they were on the moon. Well, yeah, he had a rotary phone on his desk, but that's not what they claim. They're not claiming that they used a rotary phone to talk to the moon. But again, what I'm saying here is that this is the only place on Earth where we're not in fantasy. And so I don't admit into the think tank as credible ideas that iPhones are ancient technology. Plain Dakota says, are you talking about people saying AI has been around for a while? I was thinking it's been around since 1968 specifically. Well, okay, so when people say AI, they're mostly referring to language models. And a lot of people still think it's somehow sentient. So a lot of people are still stuck in the dark ages with that. But no, this ancient technology stuff, if you ask me, is disinformation. And there's a reason for it. Because if you can't have an objective grasp of reality, you can't see through the world stage deceptions. Not only that, but it's instantly discrediting. It's instantly discrediting to say, to make a claim that somebody can reject on the basis of it being irrational and illogical. And I've heard some people say, well, logic is fake. You know, I've heard these arguments. And you can have at it. I mean, you can have religious beliefs. You can believe in gremlins and elves and, you know, ancient technology. Yeah, these are belief systems, but these aren't things that you actually know. This isn't knowledge you can categorize. And if you live in that world, then what is your interest in trying to understand the world objectively when you've rejected objectivity? Like, it's actually, there's a line that you have to see here. And there's a line here between real and fake. The majority of the world, Adamski says you're the only one calling it ancient. No, I'm actually not. And what's the difference? If you're saying it existed 50 years ago, what's the difference between saying it existed 50 years ago and 1,000 years ago? Is there even a difference? But you cannot make the case. There is no case to be made for AI pre-existing modern computers. Any more than you could say Lamborghinis could have existed at the time of ancient Rome. Because you'd have to invent the car first. And then you'd have to go through so many iterations to achieve this certain design. And all of this would presuppose you have the capability to test these things, the roads that can handle these things. You would need the system to fuel them up. You know, the trucks that bring the gas to the gas station. Like, so even a car doesn't exist independently. It's like every major thing in our life is like an organ in a body, and you can't take it out of the body. So my point of it is the claim that artificial intelligence is something that's already been developed to a more sophisticated level than we have today is largely rooted in a misunderstanding of what it is. And if they had it so super advanced, then why do we have such garbage with the space program? Why are they using green screen and rear screen projection? So the ancient AI theory is something that I have an interest in debunking, and I have a video script I wrote out. I'm going to try to work on. But the only people that seem to be advancing this stuff are doing so, I think, from mostly a semi-mystical paranormal angle. They're not exactly trying to uncover facts. So not all truthers are seeking truth. A lot of them are seeking answers they find entertaining. What John LeBon had brought up, though, was, are you certain that Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't exist? Because again, that whole premise requires. iBreak says, you keep saying the ISS footage is garbage while it dupes 99% of the population. Yeah, it does. Well, so did the moon landing. But what I'm saying is it wouldn't have any critics. There wouldn't have been any flaws in it if they had used their super advanced technology. So when did they invent this super advanced technology? And moreover, this is just confusion. And I'm not the confused one here. So by definition, the person who's offering a confused explanation that can't be substantiated by facts is the confused one. So if you think that AI is old, you're basically confused about what it is. Adamski says, if you were in charge, you would mix up various ways of video manipulation to create this kind of confusion. Jamarin says, how is reality itself generated? Look, I'm not here to get metaphysical and spiritual and paranormal. I'm going in the opposite direction. I mean, last year, the major thing in the last few years, we're the ones that pushed back against it. Every time we would notice predictive programming, everybody would say it's a simulation. We're in a simulation. Nobody says that anymore because we've thoroughly exposed that to be fake. Gwylam says, people around here take their pet theories too far. Right. Well, these pet theories are based on ignorance, though. Like, what are they spraying? There's no spray. That's an appeal to ignorance. Well, the only way you could even posit the idea that artificial intelligence was used to manufacture fake people as early as, like, John Benet Ray's death is to remain ignorant about how it comes about, what it really is. Like the people who say Leonardo da Vinci used Photoshop and a laser printer for the Mona Lisa. I heard that claim and I saw so many people agreeing with it. I thought, why are these people falling for this crap? It takes 5 seconds to debunk it. There are modern art forgers who do this as a craft, replicating the old masters' methods and recreating their masterpieces in the exact same way. No Photoshop. But we have to get precise in our definitions. When people say AI, some people think it's a fallen angel. Other people know it's basically a glorified search engine. To say AI already existed would be like saying Google has always existed, or spell checkers have always existed. The internet was already here. We're just now being allowed to use it. I mean, I feel like we shouldn't even have to confront these things because these things are automatically excluded because of their irrational basis. That's why I don't like to give airtime to that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. DeWitt says, I don't see the point in speculating about ancient AI when other means could have been used, like masks. This is what I'm saying. Nobody was talking about this until the masks were declassified in 2015. So what the masks revealed is that we already live in a deep faked reality using masks, using plants, etc. Adamski says, look at the victim photos. They look terrible, manufactured 2001. Yeah, I mean, look, Photoshop, photo manipulation. You know what's as old as photography? Trick photography. No AI. Trick photography, airbrushing. So the manipulation of imaging isn't new. But the only way someone can explain the contradiction between asserting advanced AI and then trying to explain away crappy NASA technology is to say, oh, that's because the elite mix it up. Well, you don't get to add on additional explanation when your theory has holes in it when you first offer it. You have to seal those holes first, if you can, which you can't. Linda Curtis says the only thing they could do in the 50s was take out blemishes and add rose color to the photos. No, you could manipulate everything. Every single thing about a photograph could have been manipulated before Photoshop. Jamarian says AI is the interface for these demons to enter our realm. See, you wouldn't have that opinion if you didn't lean politically right. You have to get away from the compartmentalized opinions. So if you're on the left, aliens are demons, AI is demons. If you're on the if you're on the right, AI are demons, and aliens are demons. If you're on the left, that's not the case. It's a progressive versus traditional thing. So you've never seen a demon. You've never encountered a fallen angel. None of the gods of the old religions have made any appearances. So we're throwing mysticism and spirituality and conjecture into the objective analysis, which I'm saying we can't have that. If I believed that AI was a demon, I would be wearing a cross around my neck. I'd be going to church. I'd be praying. I'd be eating communion wafers. I would be encouraging other people to pray. I wouldn't be involved in bullshit politics, mundane worldly stuff, chasing money, trying to achieve success in this world. No, if I believed in demons, I would live in a demon haunted world. That would be my primary purpose in life. Like, oh, there's demons. I got to get an exorcist. Let me exorcise your phone. So if you really believe in demons, are you scared? Or do you pray? Do you pray away the demons? Because I don't live in a demon haunted world. I'm a skeptic. I'm not a believer. And believers are not capable of seeing through this thing. Plain Dakota says, what if older AI didn't have image generation, just text? Well, you would have to have still deep learning. Look into the development of large language models and what do they require? Could that have existed at any previous time? Now, I see this tendency, though. This is a pretty big tendency in Trutherville to constantly trying to talk up the technological prowess of the hidden elite, like secret space programs. Jamarin says, you've experienced demons that have come through your life. You admitted it. No, and look, I got to be careful about saying stuff because it gets taken out of context. Are demons even a thing? The way that people conceive of them. Like, yeah, I believe in evil, but that doesn't mean I'm a mystic or supernaturalist. And I don't want mystics around me. I don't want religious people trying to pro-offer their ideas as though they're valid. Like, look, I have an objective here. I'm not here to preach Sunday school, to teach about Noah's Ark or any sort of mystical, fantastical explanations. I'm here to reveal real versus fake. So if you're injecting fantasy or supernaturalism, it's just not a fit. And you can't tell me, oh, I believe in demons, so I must agree with you. No, I don't. My ex was a fucking demon. It's an adjective. A psychopath. Do I need to then therefore say, oh, she's right out of the Bible, the Satan sent her with horns and hid the horns? But this is all noise. This is noise. Religious explanations for mundane things are noise. The appeal to the divine is fallacious. So if you're here saying that AI is ancient, go explain it to us. Show us, prove it. When you go down that road, you'll find that you have no avenue to do so because it's a non-explanation. But for some reason, this continues to get traction. So it was nice to see JLB ask, How do you know? Look, I don't believe in demons. I don't believe in fallen angels. I don't believe in any of the religious myths. And the reason why is that there's no evidence for it. And this is not the place for evidence-free assertions. Otherwise, this is all pointless. There's no point in doing any of this. If that's what we're going to, if we're just going back to the dark ages, there's no explanations for anything. We're going to remain mystified, confused, no answers, and beholden to superstitions. So if we're going to be superstitious, this is not a think tank. This is a dark cave where we can talk about the things that scare us, that we can never know. Like, I don't want to allow that kind of ignorance into this conversation. We're talking about the news. We're talking about propaganda. Do we need to bring God, angels, demons, and ancient technology and UFO theories into this? I don't think so. Yeah, look, a lot of people believe in religious myths. You can believe in religious myths if you want, but you don't get to bring it into this conversation as having equal weight to fact-based assessments. Religion is one of the primary tools used by the elite to control minds. I think we all understand this. Man with Perspective says, whether or not they're 20 years ahead, they do have computing power and data we don't have access to. You can bring that up as a hypothetical. Plain Decoded says, you're saying you accepted Jesus. No, I don't believe in Jesus. Honestly, I think it's a God. I think, I mean, if you want to get into it, I don't believe it. I have no reason to. I'm not a faithful person. But we're not going to get where we need to go with this think tank if we devolve into supernaturalism and religion. And I'm not trying to outgroup people, but if you're looking for fairies in your garden and gnomes and Bigfoots and fallen angels, then what are you doing here? Because I'm not going to validate that. I'm not going to platform it. I'm not going to justify it, nor am I going to kneel before your idols and say, okay, you might have a point. Maybe we are, beholden to Satan's legions and Atlantean magic. One of the tools of mind control is mythology. Leo says Tim believes Christianity is a syncretized sun myth, which is a fine religious belief. It's not a religious belief. Are you telling me that there are no sun god personifications? Are there any religions where the god is associated with the sun? That's a yes or a no. And we both know the answer is yes. You think Christianity is exempt? That's fine. I'm looking at it in usage. It's not based on a belief. Like, I don't think, like, there's some people who think Jesus is another iteration of the sun god. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying I know it. I've seen it. I've been around these people. I attended a Gnostic Catholic mass by the OTO last October. And what do you think they did? They had their they have their Jesus, they have their Magdalene, but it's just repackaged. Repackaged as previously Osiris and Isis, but Babylon and the beast. But yeah, they do have, in fact, a syncretized sun god who has this amalgamation of every previous one, including Jesus. It's a different version of Jesus, but to say that that doesn't exist, it's not my fantasy. It's not a religious belief that I have. I don't pray to Jesus, the sun god, but it's denialism to suggest that Jesus isn't syncretized with sun worship. Like, I'm not going off the record. And I think all Christianity is a variant of the same set of myths. The facts support what I say, the faith supports what you say. And the faith is a statement made in light of the facts contradicting it. The God of the Bible, if I were to believe it to be authentic and real, the best description of it is clearly from the Gnostics. The God of the Bible is the architect, not the maker of the universe. It's some regional entity that created this construct for the enslavement of souls and the endarkenment of the mind. Like I don't worship the, like, even if I suddenly became religious, like I would have a hard time thinking that the God of the Bible is somebody that I want on my side. The elite worship the God of the Bible. The elite don't worship Satan. The mystery schools are a form of Christianity, but it's more inclusive. It's esoteric. It's a little bit more pagan. But I would say religions are largely pagan. What do you think the altar is? The bread, the wine, the holy water, the incense? The holy water and the incense. Okay, the holy water, what's in it? This is what I'm saying. When I went to this Gnostic Catholic Mass as an observer, they invoke the four elements and the four archangels, fire, south, Michael, as they light the incense. The incense is the element of air associated with Raphael, the east. And then the symbol of the earth, it's salt. So they throw salt to the north and invoke Uriel. They put the salt in the water. So you have the salt water, and then the incense represents the merging of fire and air. So they have this elaborate ritual that I recognize has um, all of these elements in witchcraft rites. It's in Catholic rites. It's in the Gnostic Catholic rites. And it's all based on the same concept of the universe being described in these four elements. Like it's very much a pagan thing. Ryler says there is no religion outside paganism. Well, yeah, it is. That's exactly what I'm saying here. Is that these religions are all ways of somehow it's the microcosm of the macro, where in the context of the ceremony, they're bringing all the elements of the universe into the altar as the microcosm. The god and the goddess represent a couple of things: light, dark, positive, negative, sun, moon, conscious, subconscious. But the four archangels, the four directions, that's kind of a staple of standard witchcraft. And when I say witchcraft, we're talking about paganism. And why do they do this? What's with this concept? It's because they believe that to align with the universe, to align one with nature, you have to synchronize with it. So what do you think they do? They do their holy days in conjunction with the solstices, the equinoxes, and the midpoints. But again, I go off evidence. I'm a rational person. I'm reasonable. If you're a religious person, you can't claim to be reasonable. You really can't. You can't say, I'm a reasonable person and I believe this stuff for which there's no evidence because I accepted the authority of a book. That's not reasonable. So let's not pretend. You can be self righteous. You can feel morally superior. You can feel saved. You can feel better than the people who don't believe it, as religionists typically do. You can say you're an infidel, you're an unbeliever, you're prideful, you're of the devil. You can have all kinds of ways to cast aspersions on the people who don't lock step march with you, who aren't in the same hive. But it doesn't change the fact that the hive is not rational. Do you think mainstream society is rational? No, they're beholden to a religious paradigm that divorces them from pure reason and logic. encourages the opposite of reason and logic. Well, religions have always done the same thing. No, religion is 100% a product of weaponized ignorance. It's a game. It's a mind game. JRG says religions treat women like garbage. How can that come from God? Well, that's because every other religion did it wrong. Religions have done more harm than good on many levels and continue to do so. I just don't think we need to give them the moral or intellectual high ground. I think if anything, if somebody's religious, they're simply admitting that, yeah, I have an ancient operating system. May not be compatible with the modern one. And I'm done with the whole religious pissing contests where every religion is better than the other one. It's just so ethnocentric. Like everybody else is wrong, we're right. Like, good for you. Does it answer anything? But like I said, I'm more of a Gnostic. And by Gnostic, what I mean is I believe in what I know. I'm not a Christian Gnostic, although I find the Christian Gnostic concepts to be mostly on point. But based on what I know, I have a certain sense of spirituality, my place in the universe, and the purpose of this place, not based on what I've read. And I don't know this because someone's handed me the information. It's because I've been actively seeking. And I found no truth in any of the traditional religions. It looks to me like soul bondage, weaponized ignorance, division, divide, conquer. Again, weaponized ignorance is the common denominator between all the religions. It's not about knowledge. If you seek knowledge, you're bad. You shouldn't know. You should have faith. No, nobody here thinks you're proselytizing. If you were proselytizing, you would have some converts. But you're offering a perspective. But your perspective can't be considered any more valid than the perspective of, let's say, a Muslim or a Scientologist or a Raelian. Like, no religion, and we're talking about religions which are based on claims to having a supernatural source, no religion could actually claim to be any more correct than any other religion. By what standard? By what standard could you say, oh, Christianity is more authentic and realistic than Islam? I think in the Islamic books, they say that Jesus existed, but that he faked his death. Why is that any less valid than the mainstream religious thought? And we're talking about worldview warfare, and religion is essentially that. But it's been replaced and supplanted by media. And then it raises another question. What makes some random person the authority on the religion if their view goes against everyone else's view? I mean, when it comes to religious beliefs, there's this huge problem of denominations, schisms, sectarianism. Dr. Bass Ackwards, yeah, the Raelians. I actually talked to those people. I told you I'm a seeker. I'm not lazy. The reason I reject Christianity is because I've looked into it so much. The reason why I'm saying that Christians are irrational is because they are. You can be reasonable and rational in every other area of your life, but when it comes to worldview and the unanswered questions, yeah, you can immerse yourself in illogic and irrationality. Leo said, I don't say it's any less valid. I'm saying it's not the same God as the Bible. Well, who are you to say that the Mormons don't have the same God as the Bible? Other people say that Allah is God. And if you're saying that, then you're a polytheist, because now you're saying there's two gods. There's the Muslim God and the Christian God. Do they have two different heavens? Are they in competition? Ibreek says Masons accept all religions. Masons worship the great architect. They pray to the great architect. They literally pray to the great architect. Hands crossed over the chest. I know because I was a Mason for a few years. I used to pray to the great architect of the universe in those ceremonies. You know who the great architect is? The Demiurge. Well, so the Raelian I was speaking to, he had sent me a book called Geniocracy, and they talked about breeding among the very intelligent a lot of geniuses and only letting the most intelligent people make decisions for the rest of humanity. Riley says Christians were practicing human sacrifice by burning witches for Jesus and colonialism. Yeah, I'd like to know how much of that is true. But yeah, the Raelian belief, I think they came from Sirius. But yeah, they had this whole concept of turning over the authority to a higher power, but like, alien hybrids. Very strange cult. They were really into sex magic. They're really into the idea of spiritualized sex. Very, very new age. But anyway, my point here has been we're on a mission here to separate real from fake and to recognize worldview warfare and how what they do is they superimpose a false paradigm over objective reality. And religion is what we're confronting, but it's a modern iteration of religion. Religion's an ancient mind control tech, and we're confronting the more modern iteration of it. A Newful says Christianity promotes cannibalism. I don't know if it does. Eat the flesh, drink the blood. It's all just the Eucharist, communion. That's not novel to Christianity either. The idea of consuming the gods, becoming one. In the Gnostic Catholic Mass, they also do the bread and the wine. Ryla says Christianity was spread by the sword like Islam. Monotheism is the ultimate form of thought control. Well, what do Christians have to say about that? They'll gaslight you. They'll say, well, it wasn't real Christians. Or they were misusing Christians. Jamarian says, don't the Masons secretly worship the three-headed spider god? Oh, Jabulon. I don't know if it's accurate to say they worship any particular entity or thing other than the great architect. So you've got the square and the compass. One measures the earth, one measures the celestial realm. It's for measuring the geometry of divinity, understanding God by understanding the creation. Or you could also look at it as the square is the material, The circle is the spirit, which is eternal. And so the square and compass gives you the soul imprisoned in matter. Yeah, when, the term biblical is really hard to pin down anyway. I don't think you can defend Christianity without engaging in sophistry, or at least defining your terms. Like, what does the Bible actually condone versus what does it not condone? Does the Bible condone polygamy, slavery? Or if slave owners used it to justify slavery? Does the Bible have contradictions? Does it really say anything, or is it inert? Is it just a book? What makes the Book of Mormon fake? Like, how can the Book of Mormon's not real? And Book of Mormon versus the Quran. Like, who is the judge as to which one is correct and which one is incorrect? Like, I don't see any religion is actually done yet. Religions all seem to be works in progress, except for maybe Scientology. Scientology is a modern space religion. It was a science fiction religion. But yeah, okay, so the square and compass all comes down to the fact that the Masons are based on Freemasonry as allegory. So the tools of building are repurposed to explain spiritual concepts. That's really what it comes down to. Speculative, not operative Masons. And the guilds of stoneworkers functioned as a secret society controlling access to information. And the primary character is a architect. Hiram Abiff is King Solomon's architect, and he refused to divulge the secrets. So he was killed, and that made him an exceptional martyr because he would rather die than betray the guild. So as a reward, he was raised from the dead. So ultimately, it's about a trade guild structure that has spiritual teachings built into it. Yeah, the problem with religion too is that nobody speaks for it. Like, there's no authority. If everybody's an authority, nobody's an authority. Every single person out there is equally capable of being an authority on the Bible. Everyone's opinion's equally valid on it. And that's got to be frustrating. I'd be frustrated if anybody could say anything about my holy book and it was equally considered true. But that's what happens when you lose your basis on objective reality and agreed upon facts, observable, testable facts. The Templar Knights. I know someone who got into that. Well, I mentioned the OTO. I went to a Gnostic Catholic Mass. That's a Templar organization. I heard the Skull and Bones is a Templar offshoot. The Church of Satan claims Templar lineage. But I don't know if it's even true that the Templars were worshiping Baphomet. The Templars were Christians, the poor knights of Christ. So the idea that they worship the devil might have just been slander as their power was being expropriated, as they were being dissolved. So it's questionable. But the reason why I think there might be something to it is that the OTO is, in fact, Order Templar Orientis. But this is all essentially Knights of the Temple of Christ. But there are Templar groups that still exist today. The Masonic structure encompasses all these other schools of thought and initiatory groups that branch off of it. Like if you go through the Blue Lodges, you're a Master Mason. If you're a practicing Christian, you probably want to go to Royal Arch. If you're not, you go Scottish Rite because it's a little bit more eclectic. So I don't know. You get into this issue of tracing the origins of these various stories. Like, yeah, we can pretty much point to Eliphas Levi as the individual who created the modern image of Baphomet in like 1856. So then, if that's the modern image, what did it look like before? And people have found images of Abraxas on Templar coins, but Abraxas is not the same thing. It's a rooster-headed thing, not a goat. But what's undeniable is, and the only reason these are in our conversations, is when we examine the world stage events, we frequently see the calling cards of both Masonic secret societies and esoteric New Age pagan societies. This is especially true in the Super Bowl ceremonies. But when it comes down to it, mind control is central to this whole operation. Government control over minds operates by compartmentalizing the masses into these various categories and boxes and worldviews that it ultimately controls. I think Christianity is actually a tool of the PSYOP entertainment complex. Religion is big mind control. And I say religion, not philosophy. I don't think philosophy is here for mind control. Any system of understanding, gaining knowledge, the scientific method, any sort of objectivist analysis of the world is going to lead you into knowing what you know and separating that from what you don't or what you can't know and identifying known unknowns. By contrast, religions tell you how it is. Facts be damned. Facts aren't relevant. And I don't think you can see through the world stage if you're looking at things through a lens of fantasy and fiction. You have to get out of fictive level one. You have to leave the simulation. So the idea of describe it is the real world plus whatever they impose upon you in terms of your worldview. Like, do you believe, Jameer and May, do you believe in fallen angels? And if so, do you believe in Satan and Lucifer? Because the problem with that is Satan and Lucifer don't really exist. And I'm not studying ancient Gnostics. Like, I'm not a Christian Gnostic. I just found it interesting that there's this inconvenient group of people who have a different view on the structure of religion. So the Gnostics are like, oh, we don't need a priesthood. Kill them. You can directly know and see through the world. Kill them. That's the only thing I care about here, is that the people who decide to know instead of choosing to believe what they're told are enemies of the state automatically, non-believers. So I say I'm a Gnostic, maybe I'm more of a non-believer. Gnostic is in knowledge. I'm not a Christian Gnostic. I don't have any sort of ideology attached to a religion. I think it's funny. I genuinely feel like it's funny, however, to find that the God that the people of the religions worship, in all likelihood, is mankind's prison warden. That okay, so like you try to explain the contradictions in religion. Like if God is so good, why do kids die of cancer? Well, maybe God's not totally good. Maybe this God construct is just powerful and the boss. Like, well, no, the bad stuff's because the devil. So you look into the devil and it's like, well, the devil doesn't even exist. Lucifer is a mythological character, not even a bad one in terms of his principles. Satan is just a title, and Satan worked for God anyway in the story, like Job. Weren't Satan and God just throwing bets as to how long it would take Job to break? Leo the friend mocks, if God is real, why bad thing happen? No, it's a valid question. You can mock people for that, but if your claims that your God is super good, loving, and all that, then how do you explain the bad things? Like that's a valid question. It's not a question you should mock. If people say, if your God is this great thing, then why do we have serial killers, child abuse, disease? And no, Satan isn't real, but if he was, okay, so he does have a point. Don't you think that there's a point to somebody who's resisting or rejecting tyranny, blind conformity? Like if you look at the story of Prometheus, is Prometheus, okay, I'm not saying Prometheus is real, but do you think is a bad person? The story of Prometheus. Mankind is in darkness. He goes to the gods, he steals their fire, and he starts civilization. The gods punish him for it. They chain him to a rock, and eagles eat his liver. I'm not saying Prometheus is real, but I'm saying I don't think there's anything wrong with that particular character. Prometheus is analogous to the Gnostic concept of Satan. The idea that the serpent in the garden was freeing man from ignorance. So if you think that being liberated from ignorance is a bad thing, then sure, you're going to see Satan as the bad guy. You're going to see people who seek knowledge as the bad guys. Or those who try to share the knowledge with the ignorant are bad and should be punished. That's what I mean by saying I'm a Gnostic. Leo says, if it was actual tyranny, the biblical Satan's rebellion was rooted in jealousy and covetousness. That's your opinion. And that's an interpretation of a myth. Like, I still haven't arrived at the idea that God is perfect by the biblical's own description. And didn't God say, if you eat this fruit, you will die? And they didn't die. That's kind of a lie. Now, like, I love these myths, though. I really do. Like, one of the myths that I like is that the reason why we had to fall from grace collectively is to achieve understanding, that we fall into ignorance so that we can discover truth. I think that's a cool idea, that the physical body is a downgrade from what we are. And that's a Gnostic concept. A Gnostic concept is that the physical body is a downgrade, and that the way that you upgrade again is you align yourself with that part of you that isn't only of the flesh. So I would describe myself as a neo-Gnostic because I'm not attached to any of the traditional baggage, nor am I aligned with the Gnostic idea that the world is a prison to escape. I mean, it is in a sense. You could use that to describe it in a sense. Yeah, we are in prison in the flesh, but I don't have the negative connotations associated with that. And isn't it true that the history of Christianity is violent and oppressive, tyrannical, and really quite disturbing? I mean, am I wrong about that? If we look at the way Christianity has been applied, can we all argue that it's been nothing but benevolence and charity? Or has it been a tool of oppression? Like the history of Christianity is pretty bleak, pretty dark. What religions don't have that? Leo says the history of Catholicism is awful. Right, right. Because Catholics aren't Christians. Again, you have all these people centered around a man nailed to a cross. They all call themselves Christians, but none of them dignify the other ones with that name Christian. Oh, I would just say leave religion out of this conversation until we have some definitions, until we have some kind of authority on the subject. But there's no authority on it. So the Catholics were bad then. The Catholics were oppressive, tyrannical, and did terrible things. That almost sounds like, I don't know, sophistry. Another idea in Gnosticism that I like is that when you achieve this awareness of your own soul centric existence, you transcend the body's frame of reference and you see this bigger picture. You have achieved Christ consciousness. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. It makes more sense to me that Christ would be representative of one who sees through the illusion and says, don't fall for it. So I would never connect that to worshiping this one particular Christ, but recognizing Christ consciousness as some kind of an ideal. But that's heresy, blasphemy, and you should die for that. Kill them all, let God sort them out. But again, I'm not an ancient Gnostic. I'm not a Christian Gnostic. I'm a neo-Gnostic. I only know, I only go off of what I know, what I've directly experienced, and whenever I seek, what is it? Ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall open. That's a Christian thing, and I think there's something to it. I think that if you seek, you will generally find. If you really want to know, and knowing is different than believing. I think belief is inferior. It's incomplete. That's why I stand by being a non-believer. Now, as far as the ritual cannibalism, I don't know the history of it. I need to find out how far back did they actually do this. The bread and the wine thing. Because the bread and the wine thing has a similar, it's a similar thing in the Gnostic Catholic Mass, but they don't associate it with flesh and blood of Jesus. But the bread represents the God, the wine is the goddess. And so you're looking at the alchemical wedding, the God, goddess, sun, and moon, that the idea of the Eucharist or the taking of communion is about connecting the God and the goddess. It's not about eating the God and drinking his blood. And I actually think that might be what they really believe. I think the initiates inside the Catholic Church, the higher ups, I think they probably still recognize God and goddess. But it's been occulted for the masses. The masses are not told the truth about anything. No, I'm just saying the like, okay, so if you're going to be like Christ, if you're going to hold that up as an ideal, the only way I see that working is if you see him as an ideal, as someone who's recognized the inherent deceptions in the world. But that's not just Christ. That's a basic Gnostic tenet. If you can perceive a soul body dichotomy and you recognize that the world that you're in doesn't recognize the soul, and you do, what does that make you? You know something. You're a Gnostic. You've achieved some kind of consciousness that puts you at odds with the world. The world will crucify you for it. You will be an outsider. You might even see through world deceptions. That's what I mean. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, I don't think that you need a real Jesus. I'm just saying, like, Jesus, Lucifer, Satan, Prometheus, these all have certain analogous attributes. But as far as like salvation and stuff, yeah, I think the Gnostic idea is that you get saved not by adhering to some old myth, some dusty scriptures, but by knowing yourself. So here, along that line of thinking, if you go through your life and you never align with your soul, you remain a meat suit in a modern paradigm. Well, you could argue that that person is not saved. That person has not achieved knowledge of their self and their soul. So when they die, what happens to them? They probably get recycled. They probably lose their soul, feed the matrix. That's the concept. But if you live at the level of soul, what happens? Immortality. Like, that's not only a Christian concept, it's a Gnostic thing. Or Egyptian. Anubis weighs your soul, weighs your heart against the feather. If your heart outweighs the feather, you get devoured by that alligator-headed thing sitting there. And now you go into oblivion, pure darkness. But if your heart is lighter than the feather, you get to move on to immortality. I don't think people hate when you talk about it. I think people are interested. But I mean, at the bottom of this, we can talk about it all day, but you have zero evidence or proof for any of it. You have no claim that your religion is more authoritative than anybody else's. You can't claim that your religion is more accurate than the Catholics or the Mormons or the Jews or the Muslims. So you have no claim to authority. You have no knowledge. You can't reveal anything. And none of the claims that you make have any evidentiary support. So given that, what is your basis for making these claims? It just becomes, this is what I believe. Well, some people believe everything's CGI. Some people believe relation. Do we want to entertain beliefs as equal to knowledge? And I would say no. The best you can do is say, if you don't believe me, you're going to be punished by the guy I believe in. Without that threat, what do you have? You either have to offer paradise or threaten with hell, offer salvation or threaten with damnation. And I don't respond to threats, to coercion, to extortion, or to control dialectics. And that's because I'm a thinking person. I'm not going to stop thinking because somebody has a conviction in their heart, in their emotions, that they can't substantiate with anything else. Again, your belief in your version of Christianity isn't superior to the average Muslim's belief in Allah as they sit there, on the ground 5 times a day pointing towards Mecca. I'm an anthropologist. And from my perspective, all religions are equal. They're all variations of the same type. You could look at them as worldviews, primitive philosophy, attempts to explain things from a previous age when we didn't have the information we do today. But I also like the Gnostic concept of there being this fundamental to our existence, this fundamental struggle between light and dark. But I can define those terms. Light, sentience, awareness, darkness, ignorance. Seems like darkness and ignorance seems to be a recurring theme here. And light, that is knowledge, seems to be monopolized by a certain subset of the population who keep the rest in darkness. I'm curious to know if religion is going down. Like, are the numbers of people going to church going down? Are believers dwindling? Like, TPUSA seems to be doing good. Trumpianity seems to be doing good. Or is it an expired, old, dying paradigm struggling to keep up with modern society? Like, will there even be a Christianity in 100 years? The way we look at it today, will it still be recognizable? I mean, things are moving very fast. Otto Hoaxer says, pointing out who owns the media, corporations who brainwash Earth should be off limits. Let's talk about Gnostics and reptilians and religion instead. Yeah, it's a huge distraction. I actually came in here specifically to talk about the world stage and how we're going to reveal it. We got sidetracked with ancient AI stuff, which I argue is another religious concept. Mixing supernaturalism in with our assessments, which is what I specifically came online to talk about, how we need to get rid of the supernatural presuppositions. Leo says, religion's going down in Europe but increasing in America. This is a bad thing as prophesied. Yeah, I don't believe in prophecy either. Have there been any prophecies that have come true? That can't be explained by more rational explanations. For example, the New Testament answers prophecies from the Old Testament. Well, it just suggests a relationship between the authors. And Newful says, we talk about this side of the world, but Asians have more population. They don't bother about religions. Yeah, that's what a lot of it's very ethnocentric when it comes to religion. Now, if you can argue, though, that AI, as sophisticated as it is right now in our hands, was this good a few decades ago, if you could make that case, I'd be happy to hear it. I think people who work in the field would love to hear it. Again, I would reiterate, though, religion, by and large, seems to me to be a tool for organizing society along a similar paradigm. It's paradigm enforcement. Your internalized Truman Show. You can take away the moral high ground of the religious. They've never had the intellectual high ground because their religions exist independent of the intellect, in spite of the intellect, in spite of knowledge. In fact, they're institutionalizing ignorance. That's what religions do. This is true of Mormonism, Islam, Scientology, and Christianity. These are institutions that make ignorance their orthodoxies, and they're resistant to knowledge and facts. Is there a religion where that's not true? At least, okay, the pagans have one thing going for them. The pagans worship nature and the cycles of time, and all their myths go along with this. So they have a tangible basis for their beliefs, which is more likely, I guess you might call it pantheism, animism, pantheism, panpsychism. But the pagans, as far as I understand, are largely centered around, at least the ones that I've come across, they're centered around a version of the world in which we are in communication constantly with nature, and that our thoughts affect reality, and that you are able to live in harmony with the world and have it somehow respond to your will, your input, when you're properly aligned, which is magic. Well, so what's the difference between magic and prayer? Is there a difference between magic and prayer? Is one more ridiculous than the other? Or are they both valid? Because looking at two, I've studied the two. I've studied magic, and I grew up religious, and prayer is always a part of everything. Military, there's prayer. Masons, the religious services I've gone to. So there's the idea that you pray and you tell God what you want, like Santa, or what you don't want to happen, and hopefully it doesn't happen. But it's a form of wish fulfillment. And there have been studies on prayer. And what these studies have shown is that when people pray for something and it comes true, they give credit to their God. When it doesn't come true, they give credit to God deciding not to give it to them. So nothing can prove prayer wrong. But does anybody here believe in prayer? Leo says magic is less ridiculous because it's highly sophisticated lying. Prayer is not lying, but speaking to the creator. Well, that's what magic is. The concept of magic is simply an interaction with the universe. At least it depends on where you go with the magic, though. I mean, some people think they're praying to external deities. Most concepts of magic are similar to prayer. There are more modern concepts of magic in which they remove the idea that you're appealing to a higher power. Dark Ghost Wind says magic is quite literally smoke and mirrors. Well, there's stage magic, illusion, but then there's this other version of magic that has more in common with prayer. The idea that every person is in some kind of a relationship with the universe, and their will can affect what happens. My problem with prayer is my needs are very selfish, local, not related to the world. And the idea that the creator of the universe would stoop down to help me out with something pointless from its perspective is kind of ridiculous. There's Santeria, where they pray to saints who they believe are intercessors. So God's too busy, but there's plenty of saints that you can pray to or appeal to who will do it for you. In the various traditions that you would lump in as, quote, voodoo, you have an entity that you pray to and you give libations to, but you don't worship this one, but rather you appeal to this one to talk to God on your behalf. Yeah, see, I'm not convinced there's a Satan though. Like I still have not I'm not convinced there's a Satan. I'm not convinced the devil is anything more than a construct, mostly a literary construct. Like somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong, but like for example, the Church of Satan were atheistic and they don't worship Satan because they don't believe in Satan. And one of their leaders had a problem with this, Michael Aquinos, the guy who created the Temple of Set. He wanted to have a theistic Satanism, so he had to go with the Egyptian Prince of Darkness, Set. Well, is Set and Satan the same thing? Well, he's kind of the antagonist, light versus dark. It's an analogous myth, but it's one that has an objective reality in the world of mythology. It's not purely a literary construct. So if Satan's a literary construct, then is he a bad thing? Well, then he's not real. It's like, how can Satan be telling me not to go to church? How can Satan be telling me not to be a good Christian if he doesn't exist? Leah says the biblical Satan is an individual who personally tempted the Son of God and was a highly exalted angel, charming, alluring, the father of lies and transgression. Otto Hoax says maybe you're scared to pray because people who told you to pray, who told you it works, are unimpressive. No, I don't. No, I'm curious. Like, does it work for you? Does God answer your prayers? And when I say God, I'm saying you're God. Like, do you get reactions, responses? And like for I'm not sure for what, like a job or something. What do people actually pray for? Someone's disease to go away? And no, it's not because I'm scared or I'm a bad person. Oh, you're just prideful. That's why. You're not going to humble yourself and get on the ground and grovel before something you don't believe in. Like, I don't grovel. I'm not begging. And I'm not talking to myself with the hopes that something out there is listening and is going to throw me a bone. And even if God existed the way they say and could answer prayers, like, God, I'm low on gas. Could you send me some money? I wouldn't use it. I would save it. It's like, go use your energy and your time on some sick child. Leo says the problem with it is his answers are perfect, contrary to the things we expect or want, like a father who doesn't want to give a child what it wants, but what it needs. But what if you pray for something you need and you don't get it? What's your excuse? Man with Perspective says, I do think our will influences our reality, but what we think we want and what we actually want are very different, clouded by emotion. You know, when I was meeting with these Thelemites, I asked them about this because they say, do what thou wilt. That's like their main dictum. Do what thou wilt is the only law. And people say, well, does that mean you can do whatever you want? Hurt people, steal, lie, cheat? And they say, no. Do what thou wilt means stay in your lane. It means do your will. Don't get in the way of other people doing theirs. And then when it comes to, is it a license to be a bad person or to do evil? And their answer is no. Because your will, in their definition, isn't the satiation of ego needs. The will is an expression of one's divinity. And you can't know what your will is until you've transcended the meat suit and the ego. When you stop identifying with the body and the ego center of awareness, and you operate from the premise that you are a spiritually embodied being, that's the place where you would be, where you'd find what your will is, what your purpose is. And so doing your will from that perspective isn't going to require or isn't going to include any of the things that people generally think when they hear do what thou wilt, which they take to being a license to do anything. And I still think too that religions institutionalize ignorance on purpose. I don't think they want people thinking about these topics too deeply. Like magic is forbidden, divination is forbidden. Why is that? Why can't you do divination? What's wrong with augury, divination, astrology? What is wrong with these things? Why are they forbidden? Is it because they're intrinsically evil, or is there something else? And I tend to think that intuition is something that has been warred upon by all religions and by our modern paradigm, where we are taught that intuition doesn't exist. Noticing patterns, reading too much into things is some kind of pathology. And I kind of disagree. I don't think we have a fully articulated model of the mind. Because I've had too many experiences that I would describe as precognitions, telepathy. And these experiences have impacted my worldview because you're not supposed to be able to know things that haven't happened yet. You're not supposed to be able to know things that are going on at a distance because your senses can't convey that to you. And the more of these that I've had over the years, the more I've realized, okay, well, I have to account now for a transpersonal, incorporeal aspect of the mind, a part of the mind that's not embodied. And when I've had these, the general explanation was God told you, an angel warned you. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I think that our concept of self is limited to the package that we're in, the embodied body and the center of awareness that we identify as the ego. That's who we are according to the dominant paradigm and according to religions. We're these fallen beings. And the Gnostic idea that I find attractive here is that it says that's not who we are. That's a lie. This is an aspect at this particular level of existence, the temporal existence, but we are actually something transcendent. And having directly experienced that outside of any religion, outside of any religious, in fact, in spite of religion, what am I supposed to do with it? Ignore it? Which is generally what people would have you do. Oh, ignore that, pay no attention to it. It's nothing. But over time, I'm beginning to realize I'm getting hits here. I'm actually working with this in a cybernetic feedback loop. And with practice, it's getting better and more reliable. So, what do I call that? When I say religions want you ignorant, yeah, they do. Media wants us ignorant. I think that there has been a deliberate effort to cut us off of aspects of the mind. Would you not agree that modern psychiatry and psychology have given us a greater understanding of the mind than religions? Or do we think that religions are the places to go to understand the human mind? Sociology, psychology, psychiatry, there's a lot of research about us, about how the memory works, about how personalities are formed. Various models of the mind that may or may not have total explanatory power have come up in the last 100 years that are far superior to anything offered by religions. And even they leave out a lot of stuff. I mean, the only person I can think of who really delved into this other area would be Carl Gustav Jung, and I don't think he was taken seriously. His ideas certainly aren't. But what do you go off of? Like when it comes to your understanding of the mind, your professed beliefs about it, are you going off of what you have experienced or what you've been told? Because this has been my problem. And maybe this makes me bad. Maybe I'm Satan. Maybe I'm the devil. But I've had experiences that have taken me outside of the worldview as explained by conventional religion and by our dominant scientific paradigm. And these experiences have accumulated and they continue to do so. And I continue to study them despite having nobody else around me notice or experiencing similar things. And it wasn't until I went online and started meeting people that I started to, cross paths with people who did have similar things. One of the things that led me into the Masonic group is I thought I was going to find a lot of people who were seekers, which I did not. Even in the pagan groups, the Thelemite groups that I've merged with, that I've spent time with, I found them to be largely leftist, feminist, mystical. And mystical is different than magical. They're less concerned with results or power or the mind's latent capabilities and more about just hanging out, doing yoga, and hating on whoever Republican is in power at the time. Like they're very leftist, very feminist. I went to a pagan event on the last equinox, and every coven there, I'm telling you, it's all feminist. And I'm not against feminists, but I'm pointing out that it's basically Christianity with a goddess. Instead of a patriarchy, it's matriarchy. And I don't think it's any closer to the truth necessarily. It's almost another one of these deliberate antagonisms that have been created. Like this is something I have noticed that magical and mystical are two different things. And the magical tends to be correlated with material success, tangible results. It's considered black magic and evil. Whereas the mystical, enlightenment, yoga, that's considered to be like white magic. So you have right hand path and left hand path. And the left hand path practices have all been associated with more like materialism. And so Satan is associated with materialism, with capitalism, with material success, with all the sins of worldliness. So that's why I noticed that the pagans are totally against Satanism. They're against chaos magic. They're against expressions of magic that are centered around tangible results, which, I mean, if you look at these various books on magic, tangible results can mean a lot of things, but it's all selfish. So you have the selfishness versus selflessness. And selflessness tracks perfectly with the asceticism of environmentalism. The first Wiccan I met, I described her as an eco-feminist. But I noticed this is actually how it is in many of these groups. Even the Ordo Templar Orientis group that Crowley was a part of, it's the same with them. I haven't really seen any formidable bodies of practitioners who are into what you would call black magic or stuff that is geared towards the material world. Although it still exists in other schools that aren't as mainstream, like Santeria, paganism, hoodoo in particular. Man with Perspective says paganism and Christianity are the same thing. Well, so at this event that I went to, they just like they actually pray to the archangels. They use but see they view Jesus and essentially their goddess as embodiments of the sun and moon, as personifications. So even the pagans, the Wiccans, aren't anti-Jesus. They just have a different version. They're not Satanists, though. There's certainly none of that. A couple of years ago, I was trying to meet up with this coven that meets up in the Jemez Springs, like west of here. Anyway, I met a couple of their leaders who let me in on some Zoom conferences. So every time there's like a pagan holiday, I get an invite and I listen in. I missed the one for Imbolc, which is like usually Super Bowl Sunday or Groundhog's Day. But what I notice is, just like with Christianity, they have holidays. And these holidays are all based on where the sun is at that particular point of the year. And their stories, their myths reflect that. So in a lot of ways, their entire religion is based on the calendar and based on the synchronization of the believers with the cycles of nature. So you have the sun, which has its journey from its death at the end of winter, then its high point at the peak of summer, and then its decline in fall. So the sun waxes and wanes. The moon, they also follow, has the same waxing and waning. So the whole thing is aligning yourself with the cycles of nature means having these observations, these ceremonies where during the ceremony, the priestess is the moon. The priest is the sun. That's kind of a reoccurring theme here, is that you're looking at personifications. And this is very much aligned with the thinking of Hermetic magic, as above, so below. The idea that we are a microcosm of the macrocosm. One thing I agree with on that particular worldview is that it suggests that the universe itself is human centric, that we are something of a specially appointed group here, that we're not just animals. And that's where the dominant paradigm has us, is that we're just other animals. We're just like the animals, only we have a more refined intellect. But again, having investigated this stuff, I have not found a whole lot of literature on active bodies of people doing literal magic or attempting it, documenting it. I think some would say that paganism is simply a primitive attempt to explain things, and putting man center is actually a flaw in their reasoning, because man has been deposed as the center of the universe by science. I mean, I think these things are interesting, but I've done my research. I've looked into it. And generally speaking, pagans aren't into magic in that sense. It's more about pantheism and recognizing, whether it's true or not, that nature is sentient, that everything's sentient. And that fits perfectly with environmentalism. Like, I think it's been very much politicized. I think the New Age movement is not apolitical. None of them are. Ryler says science is just another religion. Well, I would disagree. Lowercase science is a method for finding information, systematizing it, categorizing it, making observations, testing models, making predictive models about reality. So science is actually a method for categorizing information and understanding the world. But when people cite science, it's capital S. There is a point where people say, I believe in science. Well, no, science isn't something you believe in. It's something that you know in its truest sense. But I have been curious about this idea, really promulgated by, yeah, Wiccans on Zoom, Cubstar. Yeah, I know. I just listen in. I'm a fly on the wall. I left the thelemic group quite literally because I was not into yoga. I was interested in their library. The initiatory experience interested me. But having looked deeper into it, I'm like, I'm not going to spend my time with mantras and yoga and doing busy work for this cult. They actually got me to do busy work, like dishes and stuff. Like, yeah, while you're doing dishes, you're repeating this mantra. And I'm like, this sounds like slavery. But their thinking was, this is all to destroy your ego. Isabel Ann says, Etsy witches. Yeah, it's a big thing. The Jezebel witches that killed Charlie Kirk. I think you're misunderstanding, Leo friend, what Christ consciousness is. It's referring to awareness of the soul as dominant over matter. But no, I don't believe Jesus existed. I have no evidence for it, nor do you. I don't believe Muhammad existed. I believe in Joseph Smith, but I think Muhammad is completely fake. And even if he's not, the stories attached to him are fake. I don't believe that this illiterate's in a cave and the angel Gabriel comes and dictates a book to him. I don't think Muhammad's a paragon of virtue. Wasn't he a caravan raider, a murderer, chopping off heads? And people still make excuses for his preschool bride. Oh, it's just the times, different values. I don't know. It looks to me like part of a control system that something like Nick Fuentes would want to see implemented. Because you control the women, you control half the population. Now, one school of thought that I found intriguing that has a lot of answers is chaos magic. Because what they did is they realized all these various traditions are built upon foundations of older paradigms that we may not know to be true. Like, for example, a lot of the magical stuff in grimoires can exist outside the context of Christianity as like a background, or and God and Satan and that dialectic. So what they did was they studied the different schools of thought on the matter and stripped away tradition and went to the fundamentals. Like, what is the actual process here? What does it do when a person is in a dark room staring at a ridiculous symbol with candles lit, saying these words? What is it actually doing? And what they concluded was that the practices of magic, whatever form they take, serve the purpose of distracting the mind, distracting the ego in particular, breaking out of the normal chain of events. So now you're in this space that is outside of your usual existence and your usual self concept. And in that context, you're trying to essentially hack into your deep mind, where they believe, and this is the chaos magic theory, man's latent powers exist. It's like maybe you can cause action, change, effects at a distance. Maybe you do have some supernatural capabilities, but if you do, you can't access those readily. If everybody could, there would be chaos. So the concept with them is that in order to open up these channels, you need some kind of way to break with your usual states of consciousness, kind of like hypnosis. And hypnosis is largely part of it. I came across this other school of thought called the Silva mind control method. And their whole thing was about self induced hypnotic trances as a basis for tapping into the imagination in a more multimodal kind of way in order to affect reality on the premise that thoughts are things and that emotionally charged imagined scenarios in this context do have some effect on what's outside. I mean, that's the theory behind it. I'm not saying it's true, but they have this working theory and model that they were testing, stripped, bereft of any kind of religious presumptions or religious symbolism. Interesting. Otto Hoaxer says Muslims married younger girls because married females weren't allowed to be raped by invaders. Invaders were only permitted to rape unmarried, so that's Muslim culture. I've heard different things. I don't think we can characterize things or mischaracterize things and say, oh, Muhammad was a pedo. Because I think one of his wives was like 56, if you believe the stories. But I'm not a monotheist. I think monotheism's another thing here as well, where it's really not about the ultimate truth, but it's about consolidating worldview. And I would say that the globe, nascentology, mainstream mediation constitutes a monotheism. That we live within a singular paradigm, which is the result of a consolidation of worldview. And I don't think the old religions are irrelevant. I don't think they're going away, but they are being supplanted. Leo says, same thing with Joseph Smith. I don't think he wanted to sleep with more women. Polygamy has a role in the spiritual war. Well, all cults, any movement, any cult needs numbers. And you can manufacture your own members. You got these members who are indoctrinated for life. But I read somewhere he had 27 wives. It sounds like a headache. Leo says the creation is always less than the creator. The great controversy is whether he exists or whether we're equal to him. Now, like I said before, the creator fits the description of a demiurge. Definitely an architect. Definitely made this thing. But like, even if you could argue that it is true, does it therefore follow that all of its claims are true? I'm not sure. Like, in other words, the idea here is that the God of the Bible is an imposter. Like, if you can imagine the source of life, consciousness, the universe, the real quote God is just this, what they call the monad, this central center of everything. The God of the Bible is standing in front of it, and we're in its shadow. That's kind of the Gnostic idea, that we've been mistaken, and that the regional creator doesn't actually create life. It can organize the material world, but it doesn't create souls. Those are taken directly from source, and they're imprisoned here through incarnations. And so in the Gnostic paradigm, the concept is to not get recycled, to escape this creation. Linda says, isn't that the grand architect the elites believe in? Yeah, the great architect of the universe. The Masons pray to the great architect. But I mean, in this concept, you would also argue that you would almost have to suggest that God, the creator, the architect, would have opposed a Jesus. And there are some Gnostics who take the idea that, if anything, um, the Jesus character has been distorted to hide the fact that he was warning against God, how to escape the God, how to escape the prison. Now, that's an interesting one. Otto Hoaxer says one of Joseph Smith's 27 wives was Captain Morgan's widow after Masons killed him for spilling the tea. Interesting. She was cute too, not about to settle. Well, see, Joseph Smith was a Freemason, and so was Brigham Young. They went through the Masonic stuff, and the Masonic stuff is part of Mormonism. They wear it on their underwear. Have you read their temple rites? Their endowments. It's a degree system. And I don't see this so much anymore in any of the recent literature, but witchcraft used to be built on 3 degrees, and the color's all blue, just like the Masons. The craft. And what do the Masons call themselves? The craft. The fellow craft, craftsman, unworthy craftsman. What is the craft exactly? Stoneworking or witchcraft? Anyway, this is interesting. It's an interesting conversation anyway, but I don't think it goes anywhere because no religion has an authority on has a monopoly on truth. No religion has any answers, just myths. And that's not me being dismissive or cruel or disrespectful or blasphemous. I'm just being honest from an anthropologist perspective. From the perspective of an anthropologist, religion is, it seems to me, an operating system, an attempt to explain. It's an attempt to provide answers where there are none or were none readily available. God of the gaps, divine fallacy. We got into this sidetrack here because we were talking about ancient AI technology, and I was saying this is just like asserting God did it. It's a lazy explanation. I'm almost also kind of considering that the Gnostic myths that we have could all be fake. They only found them in the 40s. Like the major texts from which you would derive an understanding of Gnosticism were only discovered in the 1940s. But in principle, I'm really thinking the idea of knowledge is superior to that of a belief system. And I think this is also, and especially true here with the mainstream and alternative media universes of ideas. Are you a media believer or a media Gnostic? Because if you're a media Gnostic and you choose to know, you end up informing yourself to the point of not believing anymore. So I do hope I've made it clear that I'm not a Christian Gnostic. I don't literally believe in the demiurge. However, I think it's just a great analogy, if nothing else, to explain certain things. It certainly does more to answer good and evil than introducing a devil, which is kind of, again, a literary thing. But it must be frustrating to be a religious person knowing that everybody else's religion is equally valid and that nobody has an authority on it. Like, no evidence, no proof, no way to reconcile that. It's like, I wouldn't want to be there. I'd rather just say, I don't know. Another issue with beliefs, and we even see this in the conspiracy realm, is that beliefs often have a great deal of emotion built into them. And people have a hard time letting go of emotionally charged beliefs, even when faced with facts and knowledge. But I think it's possible to coexist. I don't care if somebody has a religious belief, I don't disrespect those beliefs. I've gone to church a few times here and there, and I think it's very interesting. I just keep my mouth shut and observe. I went to a Catholic mass, and I felt like it was the worst. It was actually one of the worst experiences that I've ever had, because I'm standing there, and I don't know what it was, but I quite literally felt like everybody was judging me, like I was wrong for being there. And I got this sense that, like, God was looking at me, like their God was like judging me. Like, it really, I can feel that. I'm like, what is this sense? What is this feeling here? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Tense. I don't know why, but it was not a pleasant place. Capture the Loop says the question to the ages is, why does everyone go with this horse shit? Here's why. It's because we are conditioned to be believers, not knowers. It's true with media. Why do people believe the bullshit in the news? Because there's no standards of evidence. There's no methodology. It's just a matter of asserting it to be true because you feel like it's true. So back to what John LeBon was talking about with human events. He said, "Are you 100% sure Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't exist?" And she said no. And then she further tweeted that believing that Epstein doesn't exist makes her feel better. Believing that John Benet Ramsey doesn't exist and Ghislaine Maxwell were fictions, she said it makes her world better, not as dark. So what she admitted to was essentially she believes what she believes because it makes her feel good. It's an emotional thing. And I was actually surprised because I already knew that to be true. I knew what they were promoting with this everything is CGI, nothing's real. I knew that was just a bunch of copium, emotionality. I knew it wasn't the result of a rational parsing of the facts. So it's nice when somebody who isn't adhering to reason and logic is able to admit to it and say, yeah, I'm choosing to escape into fantasy because that stuff's terrible. I prefer comforting lies. So go ahead and keep your facts, your inconvenient facts over there, and I'm going to be comforted and soothed by these stories I tell myself. So a lot of it's cope. A lot of it is a coping mechanism for things you don't have answers for. And some people aren't troubled by this. Most don't have the honesty to recognize that they're engaging in self-deception. Like, I have no faith. I like to know things. That's about it. And if it's not knowable, I have known unknowns, but there's a process of seeking. It's an open-ended thing. I don't have all the answers. And that's the false promise of religion is you memorize this, you know everything. You have all the answers. You've got the goods. You're done. Good thing you were born at this time and place to this family in this geographical region. Lucky for you, you won the lottery of life because you got the right religion. Everyone else has got the wrong ones. Had you been born over there, you might be a Mormon. So good thing you were born on this side of town. Leo says, the sun being how we measure time, it makes perfect sense the universality of esoteric sun worship. Well, yeah, the sun lends itself to a lot of this stuff. So the idea here too is that darkness is ignorance, light is knowledge. So obviously, the sun makes a perfect symbol for knowledge. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and so you have these designations. Well, east is the direction of the rising of new consciousness. So they have these associations they make with the directions. The west being associated with death or the underworld. But also the high points and low points of the year are the solstices, where the sun does specific things. Like the sun seems to stand still for 3 days. That's what solstice means. Sun stands still, still sun. So it happens as we enter Cancer, sign of the crab, sun kind of crab walks. You have the sun dying on the solar cross in the winter solstice. Another thing too is the sun appears to die every day in the west and is born again in the east. So that's easy to make stories about. Who killed the sun? Obviously, the darkness. Who rules the night? Well, they take Saturn. Saturn is the ruler of darkness who chops up the sun at sunset, dismembers him. So the dismembering of the sun can be looked at as every hour of the day, the sun is battling the night. And so over the course of the day, it is essentially chopped to pieces. The dead sun god is buried by his wife, Isis, who finds all the pieces. Isis is the goddess of the night sky. That's why you see the blue robes with the stars on it. And she can't find his severed phallus, so she puts an obelisk in its stead to symbolize resurrection. The modern obelisk is the rocket. Slaves live under the sun says they get everyone at sun worship one way or another. Science says there's no life without it, and most people believe it. Yeah, so there's always been this, I mean, with all these different symbolic systems, there's always this correlation between the sun, life, resurrection. So the rocket launching into space actually has a very specific esoteric meaning, because the other part of the story is Isis has sex with dead Osiris and then gives birth. Again, the night sky is Isis. The sun rising is the sun Horus being born out of the goddess. So he's coming out of the darkness. And of course, he's the reborn savior. He's Osiris reborn. Essentially, it's like this endless loop. So when they send the rocket into space, what you're really seeing is the earth god, the dead sun god, merging with the sky, merging with the goddess. And what does this represent? Represents the new dawn, the new age, the new sun, which in this modern new age context refers to the new consciousness. And what is the new consciousness? It's the merging of the sun and the moon, Isis and Osiris, the light and the dark. It's the third thing that emerges from it, the third eye, associated with Horus, who is described in this context as an androgen. So the new god is deposing the crucified sun god. This new god is an androgen. There's a lot of sun worship also associating the sun with the snake for different reasons. I mean, that one always somewhat bewildered me. Like, what does the snake have to do with the sun? But it's very eclectic. When you look at the New Age thing, it's very eclectic. Like the cross, for example. What does the cross have to do with the sun? Well, there's the fourfold division of the year: equinoxes and solstices, the four seasons. So it's not hard to see why a symbol, a cross with 4 points, would therefore represent the sun. 91 Oki says Lady Gaga says he's an androgen. Well, Lady Gaga is consistently represented as the Scarlet Woman, the Scarlet Witch, which is the incarnated Babylon, the New Age goddess. You saw this at the Super Bowl. That flower she wore, it's the flower of Puerto Rico. It's actually called the maga, which again means witch. She was in a blue dress like Alice because there was some Alice in Wonderland stuff. But every Super Bowl, you have this god goddess wedding, this great rite, the bread and the wine, red and the white, consistent symbolism. Usher in white with the phoenix, Alicia Keys in red. You go through these various Super Bowls, and if you know the ritual trappings and the symbolism, it's pretty much there. Linda says, "What do you think of the monad symbol?" The monad's like a placeholder for God, but it's a God stripped of any human personification. No qualities we can attribute to it. You could say source. And so in the Gnostic idea, the monad represents the source, the starting point for everything, the source of light. We're all emanations from this thing, this point. And the monad is not the same as the Christian God, who is, according to this mythology anyway, is an architect, a regional maker of this world, but not the originator. And since it cannot create souls, it has to imprison those that come from this monad. I mean, symbolism is highly suggestive. I mean, excuse me, subjective. It's open to interpretation. Like the snake worship thing. So I've seen the snakes being used as symbols of knowledge because of the serpent. So in the Gnostic concept, the tree of life symbol, which is about ascending consciousness, has a snake on it climbing. So you could look at the snake in that sense, ascending, climbing. The shedding of skins may have some correlation with the concept of eternal life through reincarnation. Otto Hoaxer says, what if your occult teachers are elite puppeteered priestly crisis actors whose goal is taking down Christianity? You've been brainwashed to thinking they're right. I think they're closer to Christianity than not. But I think a lot of these symbols are very malleable and interchangeable. Like, who said the goat is evil? Sheep go to heaven, goats go to hell. So the horn god things. So the horn god, you got Cernunnos, you've got the pagan witch god, you got Satan, you got Pan. The horns symbolize, depending, I mean, commonly though, they symbolize fertility. And the idea of, so we talk about gods and goddesses and nature worship. Well, in nature worship, they're not literally worshiping the male god with the horns, but what they call the generative principle, the active aspect of nature. So active and passive, male and female. What does that mean? Well, it's referring to describing the forces of nature, describing the world in ways that we can understand. in ways that can be put into myths, that can be conveyed in more mundane terms. So a goat would represent fertility, generative power, the male aspect, the active component. Like the sun, you could describe as active. The moon is the passive. Light and dark. Your conscious mind is active, you're thinking. Your subconscious mind is passive, the dreaming mind. Leo says that in the Levitical priesthood, the Day of Atonement, which typifies the second coming of Christ, Satan and Christ are represented as a goat. Well, yeah, the scapegoat story is kind of inherent in the idea of Jesus taking on all the sins of the world. Because the goat takes on the sins of the village, and then they send the goat out to go be eaten in the wilderness. Vicarious sacrifice, putting the sins on something else. But, I have to say, too, most people have a caricatured version of what Christianity is. Like, it's not really as simple as you go to hell if you don't believe, because I don't even know if hell is all that biblical. Well, if Jesus was born on Christmas, he would be a Capricorn, which is sort of a sea goat, whatever the hell that is. But, wouldn't you say, though, that Jesus was a scapegoat? As in, taking on everybody else's sins and crimes and absolving them. Otto Hoax says atheists being anti-Catholic equals Antifa being anti-white supremacy, same zeal. Well, a lot of people say, well, even Leo here would say that Catholics aren't Christians. So if you're a Catholic, you're doing it wrong. And that's one of my main problems here, is that you probably both worship Jesus, but one of you doesn't believe the other person's correct. I'm not an atheist. Like, not in that sense. Like, I'm not someone who adheres to the dominant scientific paradigm because I've been told it's true. I go off of what I can know. And there's no evidence that the traditional gods of any of the traditional religions actually exist. And many of the arguments that atheists use are based on reason and logic, which I'm perfectly fine with. Like, I adhere to a lot of those, but there's a limit there because it's not inclusive of personal experience. And my personal experience has led me not into religiosity, but away from atheism. And there's no category for people like me. There's no category for people who see through the religious crap, see through the dominant paradigms limitations, and have experiences that go outside of these two boxes. One will say you're crazy, you need medication. The other will say you're evil. You're not doing religion right. You're evil. You're wrong with God. So you're wrong either way. And I think that might be a false duality, traditional or progressive. So I know too much to be an atheist. But according to the way that religion is packaged, you're supposed to just believe it. You're not supposed to need evidence. Demanding evidence is somewhat frowned upon. Like, oh, you should have faith. To me, I look at faith as self-betrayal. And Newful says Tim is a super atheist. No, I can't say I'm an atheist though. Just because I don't believe in the Muslim God, the Mormon God, the Catholic God, the Christian God, or even the pagan goddess. Like, I don't believe in these. That doesn't make me an atheist. I'm still a seeker, and I go off of what I know. So, am I a heretic? Am I an infidel? Should I be burned? Should I be murdered by the authorities because I'm not lockstep with the hive? Like, independent thinking doesn't really work in religion. You can't be an independent thinker and be in a religion because your thinking is going to be blinkered by those orthodoxies. Leo says the first Christians were killed by the Roman government for being atheists because they didn't believe the divine authority of the emperor. You notice that believers are always killing believers? Can't stop murdering each other. There's so much hatred just built into the competition between superorganisms. So, I mean, if you look at a group of people as a superorganism, like groupthink, religions would constitute superorganism. History looks like a competition for dominance between these different superorganisms. That's why I choose non. I'm not anti God or pro God. I'm non God. I'm not anti or pro. I take non on a lot of these positions because I think we're given these false dichotomies that we're meant to just take sides on and fight over. Like, I don't get offended by this stuff, but I think that if I was a Catholic, I'd be offended that Christians say I don't have a religion, that I don't worship God, that I'm some kind of deceived person. Because I come from a family of Catholics, and I couldn't imagine telling my family, "Oh, for generations, you've all done it wrong." Like, wouldn't you like to know before you spend your whole life committed to something that it's total bullshit and that your neighbors across the street know how to do it right? So I got part of my family is Catholic, the other side is like holy rollers. And the holy rollers are spiteful, hateful, derogatory, disrespectful. And I used to see this stuff. The holy rollers would see the young ones praying and say, "Don't do that. Don't do the sign of the cross," which really offended the older relatives. Like my grandparents were like, "We're teaching your kids how to pray." And like, "Don't teach my kids to pray," because they have to grow up to learn how to speak in tongues and roll on the floor, not have this solemn mass with candles and incense and silence. No, you should be acting like it's a rock concert and spewing gibberish, pretending like some higher power is communicating through you. So many different flavors of BS. And every single group thinks it is the one. That's the other part of religion I abhor is the supremacy of it. Like, I'm not saying here that my knowledge of the world is superior to anybody else's because I really stay in my lane here. And I get that, Leo says. It's about following the spirit of a man who was raised from the dead. I'm unimpressed by it. And here's why. Why is this particular man's sacrifice such a great thing when people all over the world die saving other people, put themselves at risk? And there are people who will sacrifice themselves readily for their family, their friends, or for strangers. So the idea of altruism or self sacrifice isn't, you know, such a unique thing. A lot of people are just inherently good. But out of all the people who've done it, at least that guy had a privilege of being the son of a god, not just some regular walking meat suit. So there's less risk involved. I would argue that the sacrifice of Jesus is somewhat nullified as a sacrifice because he has this automatic bailout that we don't have. So was it even a sacrifice? I don't think so. Slaves live under the sun says really agnosticism is the only rational position. People only reject it because they fell into the trap of making faith-based decisions or of God or no God when neither belief proves true. Yeah, okay, agnosticism is the only one I think that you can substantiate if you haven't had any direct experiences to lead you into spirituality. And I would have described myself as agnostic because I'm not closed-minded and I don't have the answers and I experience things that have me questioning agnosticism. But having consistent interactions with intuition, with precognitions, had led me to first delve into okay, there's some kind of holy war, some spiritual warfare. I've got some kind of angelic, non corporeal beings offering guidance to me. So I was kind of leaning into some kind of spiritual concept that might even reflect biblical beliefs. But then a few years later, I started to more, look at this more as no, these are actually aspects of the mind. That the real answers I seek are going to be found in a deeper understanding of psychology. And then there I recognize that modern psychology, psychiatry does not have all the answers. It's operating from the soulless meat suit version of us. So, is there a psychiatry or psychology that looks at man as he is, inclusive of a soul? And the answer is no. That's what I'm saying. There's no place for me. The religious people will always disagree with me, either try to convert me or condemn me for being wrong, see me as a flawed person because I'm not exactly cloned on them. It's all about conformity and conforming everybody else. The pagan groups that I've examined similarly lack the answers. I didn't find what I was looking for in Freemasonry. But I have my own direct experiences, and my experiences contradict the religious claims, and they contradict psychology and psychiatry. So, where do you go if you have precognitions? Because even saying that brands you as mentally ill or crazy, or demonic and possessed by evil demons. You see how this works? You only have two options: traditional or progressive. The scientific NASA paradigm, NASAtology, or these archaic, dusty scriptures. So I'm kind of off world stage, not just when it comes to news media, but when it comes to spirituality. There is no place for the way I look at things. So I've had to appropriate the term Gnosticism, but I have to separate it from its baggage. So neo Gnosticism is probably one of the clearest things for me. And generally speaking, wait, Auto Hoaxer asks, which Gnostic impressed you enough to align with Gnostics? Please name someone. Well, there isn't anybody. It's more about the operating system. If your operating system is, I believe what's in the book and what the guy in the fancy costume tells me, that's one. That's a belief system that serves as a way of framing your experience. That's your operating system. My operating system rejects beliefs in favor of direct knowledge that you find through seeking, contemplation, researching, and lived experience. And so the term Gnostic, I use it just simply as knower, someone who seeks to know, someone who has knowledge about certain things as the basis for coming to an understanding. So I have an evidence-based spirituality. And the word spirituality may not even be appropriate here because I think a lot of things that are mystified or attributed to spirituality are actually aspects of the mind. So then it comes to a question of, well, what is the difference? Where does mind and spirit differ? Is matter a substrate of mind? A Newful says Tim Osmond's in contact with his superego. See, I disagree with that as well because the superego is a Freudian term, and I don't think that's accurate. But I do like the idea of compartmentalizing it, recognizing that what you call your ego, your center of awareness, is the result of filtering out all the extraneous data that would make it incoherent to live moment to moment. So our perspective is more or less the result of a necessary filtration out of too much info. So when you say I, the entirety of your being isn't included in that because a lot of the part of you, yourself, isn't contained within these narrow parameters. So we recognize the compartments. There's a subconscious, there's something I'm not aware of. But superego is, it's a Freudian thing, and it suggests this internalized authority figure, the conscience, and I think it's a little more elaborate than that. The term higher self seems to make more sense, but I don't even think there's a necessarily a division. Like I think we exist on a continuum, on a continuum. Like if you look at it as an emanation, that we have a perspective from the body, but that perspective from the body is simply that there is an aspect of mind or soul that is transcendent of the body, outside time space. And I think that we are living as though we are the tip of the iceberg. And I think this other aspect of the self isn't merely passive, a landfill for useless memories or perceptions, but I think it might actually be something else, almost a parallel self. Like the entirety of our being is multi multifaceted, but these other parts don't have centers of awareness like we do. It doesn't have an eye. But it doesn't mean it's not responsive to us. No, I'm taking the term Gnostic because I do agree with a lot of the basic concepts here. That the world itself, as of experienced through mainstream media and religions, seemingly has an objective of reducing us to the material. The scientific paradigm does that. So, what frees you from the illusion? Knowledge. In the Gnostic paradigm, they say the world's an illusion. What frees you from that? Knowledge. These are analogous models here. So, the Gnostic paradigm is based on the recognition of a spirit, of a soul spark that is effaced by the world, that must be cultivated, recognized, observed, brought to the surface. That the path to, quote, salvation or overcoming the world is simply knowledge of self. I mean, I could use a different term, but I find that neo-Gnostic is the term I would use. But the reason I have to come up with a term is because there aren't any terms. My perspective is not mainstream religion. It's not mainstream science either. I found answers in various areas and schools of thought from other people seeking answers. A Newful says, so if the body's a meat suit, is our light so our light spark can experience the dense material world, is it in the brain taking notes? See, that's an interesting question. See, I kind of think that we are supposed to be intuitive. We're supposed to have direct knowledge about certain things. That a lot of the things that are lumped in as psychic are actually aspects of the mind that have been deliberately obscured and allowed to atrophy, pathologized. And I think these things are worth examining. And I can understand why people don't care about it, because if you haven't had such experiences, why would you care? But the ones I've had over time have consistently revealed them to be the product of some kind of interaction, a feedback loop. And at one point, I attributed it to something higher. I thought something angelic had been an intercessor in my life. But I came to conclude Occam's razor, what's more likely? That I'm in touch with external incorporeal beings, or I'm accessing aspects of the mind that have been occulted. So I'm not going to take the advice or follow in the footsteps of people who aren't intuitive, who do not have a cybernetic feedback loop with the incorporeal aspect of self. And I get that most people don't believe that even exists. Like a lot of people are literally comfortable just being apes. But I do think, like the Gnostics contended, that the world is inherently a deception. We're seeing it. We're seeing it with media. We have a false worldview, and we're given a false sense of self to be compatible with that. That alone says we live in an illusion. Now, what if that illusion is not just to influence your political opinions? What if the illusion is meant to dial down your connection to the soul? And that's what I think it's doing. And I don't think you reconnect with it by joining a religion. I think religions are institutions to enforce the darkness that maintains the illusion. If it wasn't, if religions made you able to see through deceptions, you would see religious people not falling for all of the psyops lockstep. You wouldn't see religious people going along with all the deceptions. They're the most deceived people on earth. I'm not into the deception. My intuition has guided me through things, shown me things, and I've concluded that my intuition is me. It's not God. It's not some higher power. It's just that I've established a consistent feedback loop with the aspect of the mind that's not embodied. And what does that mean? It means information outside of time space. It means that we are transcendent. So from my own perspective, my own experience, I do think we are ensouled beings, and that alone is a challenge to the dominant paradigm. I think we have latent souls for the most part. But I would also suggest that the people who are extremely evil are beholden to a different type of soul. Like they're completely of the material. Like I don't think everybody here is a divine emanation having a fleshly experience. I think a lot of the people here are dark souled creatures of this realm. And their sole objective is to get you to fall for the illusion. So you don't reattach or reconnect with your higher self, with the totality of your being. So you don't reintegrate upon death. Because the Gnostic idea is that if you die without knowledge of your soul, you lose your soul. If your operating system keeps you locked in your ego, in a narcissistic bubble, living in a meat suit, completely compatible with the world of lies, then obviously that connection is going to atrophy. Commenter says, someone needs to tell Garrow that just because the number 9/11 turned out to be the date of a big event doesn't mean every other number they use must be the date of a future event. Yeah. Look, what I like about his work is that he seems to be picking up on a lot of the programming. And there is programming, but he's mystified it. He thinks it's God. It's like, no, it's not God. We do have a fabricated history that first exists as stories and scripts that are scheduled to be performed as real at some point in the future. So our future is written in advance and we're living through it. So any evidence you see of scripting is not the result of divinity or God or Jesus or Satan or Elvis. It is 100% man. But we disagree on this. Linda says, do you think there's a light and dark souls to balance the realm? Yes. So I don't think light wins. I don't think good wins. I think ignorance wins by default. That's another Gnostic idea. This place isn't something you save. This is a realm of darkness. It's a world of darkness. It's a wilderness of darkness. It's designed this way. And not everyone will exit or are meant to. In the Gnostic writings, there's this idea that a third of the population, well, I don't know if it's thirds, but a large swath of the population are like NPCs. They called them helix. And they said they are completely ignorant of their soul spark. So they will likely be stuck here and they can't be changed. These would correlate with NPCs. You have a secondary group who are on the fence who have the opportunity to tune in if they don't get swayed by the world. They call these psychics. The third group, the pneumatics, have an innate understanding of their soul. They're soul oriented, they're buoyant, they're not stuck here. So you got these three groups. Some are pre saved, some are on the fence, some are damned. I would add a fourth group to that, and these would be the antagonists to the pneumatics. These would be the ones who are of the matrix, here to do matrix maintenance, and their job is to single out and target those who've attained some awareness of soul level consciousness and to essentially shut them up, suppress, or kill them. So I think there's a war on souls. There's a war on consciousness. There's a war on a certain level of awareness. So it's ignorance versus knowledge, light versus dark. But I think that the world itself will always be a place of darkness. But I'm not sure that I agree that this place is a prison or a trap. Although there are many reasons why you would think so, because of the limitations inherent in the human body. But it depends on how you look at it. Some people look at this place as a school here for soul evolution. I mean, some people can turn anything into a positive. Like in a way, you could look at even some of your worst experiences, like maybe a toxic relationship with a psychopath. Yeah, it's terrible when you're in it, but maybe it teaches you something about yourself, your vulnerabilities, the loopholes that somebody exploited. Maybe it taught you about souls. Maybe it taught you about evil. Because I didn't believe in evil or evil people. Like I thought there were some screwed up people. I thought there were some people who make bad choices, but I came to be a true believer in evil itself as a tangible force in the world. People are, with a different operating system in a 2012ish, 2013. And it was more or less revealed to me through a series of events, synchronicities, and choices I had to make by following my intuition, despite the world trying to get me to ignore my intuition. So going with the intuition, which at the time I thought I was following something angelic, I was put in a position to where I was face to face with what I would consider to be like truly evil. incomprehensible stuff. And I reflected on that quite a bit, thinking there must be a reason why I was in that place at that time and why my intuition was guiding me into this. So then I started to see that intuition is not neutral, that this guidance that you get from it, it's not neutral. It seems to be purpose oriented. Like, are you going to be a conduit for light? Or are you going to capitulate lazily to the darkness of the world and turn a blind eye? And so I felt like I was being tested. And after that moment, or after that event and series of events, I walked away from it realizing that I have aligned myself with this idea that I am on the side of light no matter what. I'm not of this world's darkness, and I recognize the evil that most people don't even believe in. And that's because evil is subtle. It's subtle, it's manipulative, it's covert, it's invisible. And people will scoff at that. They don't believe in evil. And I'm like, good for you. Enjoy your blissful ignorance because it's pretty sick when you really get into it. And I don't think it's a coincidence that after I made that decision, like to me, it was like being tapped, like, being inducted into something. Are you going to be this? And as soon as I made that conscious choice that I'm aligned with my intuition, that I trust this implicitly, even when there's no evidence, because the direct knowledge it gives me is always right. As soon as I made that choice, the next thing that happened was um, my life kind of went into pure chaos. And I ended up alone in a hotel for a week or so. And as during that time, a lot of things hit me at once. That's when I came across videos suggesting that the moon landing was fake, for example. Sandy Hook was fake. I didn't pay attention to the news. I never watched the news. I was not a news junkie, didn't care. All of a sudden, all these things seemed extremely interesting to me. And I was like overnight auto hoaxing stuff. But I would not have arrived at that had I not made the conscious decision to align with the light, with knowledge, with awareness, with unveiling deception, and with standing in opposition to the other side, the darkness. So I kind of think in a way I was guided into some frame of mind or some way of life that is consistently putting me in a position to shine a light into in darkened places. I mean, is that not what we're doing? Are you here because you abhor ignorance and darkness and deception, and you're doing something to push back against it? Not to save the world, but at a minimum, just for your own vindication, your own edification. Like, I don't like being lied to. I don't like being deceived. I don't want to be a fool. I don't want to be complicit with evil or its servant. I don't want to stand by and, give a pass to evil, ignorance, and all that. So, Slaves Live Under the Sun says, intuition never lies in my experience. I made the commitment to no longer second guess it long ago. That was life changing. Well, that's what I'm talking about here, is that my entire life changed its trajectory when I accepted this higher guidance. And had I taken this to a religious person, they would have said, oh, that's God. Had I taken it to a psychologist, they would say, you need antipsychotic medicines. But when I look at the results and the actions and everything that followed from it, I'm like, well, actually, I did the right thing. So I'm going to go with this. And what's crazy about it to me, though, not crazy, but the big reveal here is that part of the mind that has access to additional information has some kind of a moral sense about it. And not only that, but the information it has isn't merely about what's going on in that very moment, but it seems to have a pretty firm grasp in the realm of likely possibilities, of what's likely to be an outcome. It's what's likely to happen at some point. And so when I aligned with it, when I started focusing on this thing, this aspect of mind, I became aware of the fact that it was actually hinting at things, no joke, nearly a year in advance of it actually coming into fruition. Other times it's been like 24 hours. Sometimes it's right that minute, real time knowledge, but it's never been wrong. And I'm trying to determine, well, what's the source of its information. And so I have this description, this model I've been trying to formulate of the mind. And the way I kind of look at it now is you're in a house. You're on the ground floor. So you're in a 3D structure, four walls, and your ceiling, and your perspective is pretty much limited to this. So this symbolizes the material world, time, space, the cube. You're in the cube. The conscious mind is the ground floor. That's what you perceive with your mind, what you see, what you can experience. The subconscious is like the basement. So the basement is a bunch of information, but it's in the dark. There's no light, as in there's no eye, there's no sentience in there shining a light. So it's unconscious. And the Freudian term is id. The id being like essentially, it doesn't have a center of consciousness that's rational, aware like we are. So we all recognize this basic model: conscious mind, subconscious mind. You use therapy to access the subconscious, make sense of it, find your suppressed, your repressed thoughts and emotions and feelings to try to figure out where you are right now. But I think what it's missing is that there's another part of the self. So the basement part of the self is processed through your waking self. So it doesn't have a foot in the world. It's not in the world. It's actually just a byproduct of your experiences. So all of it comes through your perceptions. But then there's another part of the self that I would describe as being on the roof. And on the roof, it's not constrained by the cube, by time space, by the temporal prison. And this self has a wider view, longer range. And each of these roads it can see down represent choices, futures. So you have an aspect of the self that's not constrained to the time space box. So we're kind of split up into these different aspects. But the idea of intuition is accessing that part that has the higher perspective, rather than being solely driven by the present, the now, and whatever past influences there are. And then what's more, I kind of get the idea that the integration process is blocked by the worldview that we're given. So we're definitely made to accept the idea of the subconscious. The superego doesn't quite define what's above. It also pertains to time. So the floor that you're on is the now, the present. The subconscious is in the past. Like it represents the leftover stuff, the stuff that's unprocessed goes in there. But it doesn't have a foot in the world. But the one on the roof, that perspective would also have the view of the future or likely futures, likely outcomes. So when I think about the future, I don't think of the universe as a static thing that exists, but that it's something that's coming into existence as we're experiencing it. And as such, the future isn't a physical place that you could travel to with a time machine. The future is just pure noise, or rather information, light. It's the yet to be manifest, yet to be condensed into the world of the flesh, into the material world. And that part of ourself, the parts on the rooftop, this incorporeal aspect of the self exists where? In the future. To the extent that your subconscious is tied to the past, where your memories are, your higher self would exist in the future and concurrently in the present. Like it's more or less, though, it's rooted in what we call the future, which is the yet to manifest, the place that's not yet condensed. And as such, it has a perspective on things that we couldn't possibly have from here. And that would explain precognition. Like, this is going to happen. This is what's down that road. Unless you take actions, unless you use your agency as a conduit for this higher perspective and act. So, really, to me, it's about agency. The idea of aligning with this vertical integrated consciousness is about agency and seeing what your purpose is, because obviously what we do has effects, and if the universe isn't manifest until we experience it, then our actions are that much more meaningful if we're acting in alignment with this other source of knowledge. And this goes kind of back to the whole thelemic thing, which is that your true will, like do what thou wilt, your true will isn't what your earthbound ego awareness wants. It's your purpose incorporating the entirety of your being. But this is the idea of thelema means will. The idea here is that um, you operate from a very limited perspective until you incorporate this higher self. But the how is the question. And if so, what comes with it? Well, first of all, and this is described in many different, mystical traditions, and Carl Jung wrote about this extensively. But the idea that you go through the dark night of the soul, that when you realize that your persona is a worldly illusion crafted with the help of society, it's a false self, it's not the entirety of your being, it has to die. No, do what thou wilt is not anarchy or self government. That's a misconception. Do what thou wilt means that this is according to their own writings and descriptions, that your will is not your ego, your persona, your worldly self, that you wouldn't even know what your will is, and that part of you that has agency to cause effect on the world, unless you were aligned with the higher aspect of oneself. But do what thou wilt means do what you will, stay in your lane. And if you read the rest of it, it even says, like every man and woman a star, it talks about how you're not supposed to impede someone else doing their will. So no, it is anarchy and self-governance, but it's enlightened self-governance. It's anti tyranny for sure. I guess you could say anarchy in a sense, but it's not like rejecting authentic authority. But the other element here too is, okay, the imagination. We talk about the mind. Where is the imagination? What is its function? Because if you look at the various magical traditions, and this is actually true with the Thelemic group, their concept is that mind, or rather, the mind itself is like the imagination is sort of an interface. So if you can imagine something, hold an image in your head, that thing has an existence, not here and now, but it actually exists as a form in the yet to be, in the outside time space. So the place where the rest of your being would reside, this future, the unmanifest, is actually integrated with the imagination. So your thoughts exist there. And the concept is that the stronger an image you can create, the more you have the ability to see this thing arrive in the material world, sort of like, like magic, like prayer, visualization. So what's behind visualization and manifestation? Well, it's the premise here that your imagination has a function, as a function of steering your existence, steering your experience, bringing things into your field, into your world through an interaction with the universe. And this is what they call it. This is what magic essentially is. It's the area where thoughts and agency affect the world. So it's sort of like prayer in a sense, but it's a little more direct. Is it real? I mean, you can answer that for yourself, but part of this too has to do with, and this is where intuition comes into it. How does your intuition communicate to you? It's not words, it's not a voice in your head. How is the information trickling down to you? And this is an important question because for me, it's always been the vehicle of apparent coincidences, synchronistic messages. But generally, people look at synchronicity as a passive thing that happens to you. Oh, look, this thing happened. The universe winked at me. I'm like, no, that's not what's happening. It's not the universe, it's you. And something is drawing your attention to something for its message, for its relevance. What is that thing? Well, you could say it's the RAS, the reticular activation system in your mind that causes you to pay attention to things that you are specifically looking for. It's like you don't have to consciously look at things that are relevant. It's sort of automated. Well, that automated process is used by intuition. Your intuition incorporates that in order to derive meaning from what's happening. So you could reduce synchronicity to merely noticing things that are relevant at a subconscious level. But then there's another level to it as well, where there seems to be some kind of interaction between will and effect, thoughts and effects. And it's in this interaction that I think you could explain synchronicity, intuition as mechanisms by which you interact with the entirety of your being and exert one's will on the universe itself. Like, do you think your thoughts have effects? Outside of what you can do with your physical body, Leo says your intuition is subject to spiritual influences. This is why I reject divination. You see, but the religious paradigm would say, because you're saying demonic, somebody who's religious will say, your experiences are demonic. People who are of a more scientific frame of mind will say, your experiences are the result of mental illness. But when I look at the results of it, I'm looking at it more as it's actually kind of neutral in some ways, but there there isn't a third influence. Like there's not a demon in my head. Like you hear a voice in your head, or you have an inner dialogue, inner monologue. You're thinking to yourself. Do you actually think you're talking to a higher power or an external deity? No, you're reflecting. So the idea of the self has to be kind of properly understood, specifically recognizing the limitation of the persona and the ego level awareness. But what I'm pointing out here, yeah, it's forbidden by religion and it's forbidden by psychiatry. Even suggesting this stuff puts you at great risk of being negatively branded. But when I look at the results, the outcomes, and the points where it seems like by trusting it, I was shown things, and I was also shown that it has a moral sense. It seems to have some kind of clarity here. It does seem to be integrated into some sort of pushback against dark. Well, I look at synchronicities not as demonic or angelic, but as feedback. It's a feedback loop. And if you don't listen to them or you don't recognize them, you're ignoring a feedback loop. Well, what happens if you don't ignore it? What happens if you document it and you begin to get consistent messaging or even guidance that comports with your intuition and perhaps seems to be purposeful? What do you do then? And in the limit concept, and this is what I was first when I first got into this, it was because of synchronicity. In fact, what I was taught, what they explained was that your limited vantage point can't possibly know what your purpose is. But when you align with this higher self, you will be led along and you'll discover what your true will is. So, my true will, if I had to define it, seems to have, at least since I started paying attention to this, some kind of explicit interest in understanding the nature of worldly deceptions and separating light from dark, recognizing evil, as it is, not being blind. So when I say I think religions are institutions of darkness and evil, yeah, I definitely mean that. I think religion is evil because it's designed to cut you off, which then what? It leaves you at the level of the meat. You're just an ego in a meat suit, nothing more. Religions, you're just your meat suit. You have no higher consciousness. And if you do, it's demonic or angelic because they could mystify it. But either way, the problem with religion is it will externalize any kind of interactions with the self outside of the ego boundaries and attribute it to something else. So you don't follow it, so you don't integrate with it. And I truly think that integration is what Thelema is about. I think that's the point. I think psychiatry, psychology has a blind spot, probably by design, because they don't want us to integrate. Integrate with what? The inner spark. That's why I keep referring to the Gnostic concept of knowledge of the inner soul spark as being a prerequisite to transcending the realm, to seeing through it at a fundamental level. And my perspective is not based on faith. It's not based on belief. It's based on only my own experiences. And I don't even bother recounting those very often. Thank you, Green Smoke. Appreciate the support very much. And the reason I won't is it's not fair for me to say, hey, this happened. And I was the cause. Or this happened as a result of my actions. There's no way I can say that without pushing a burden of proof onto someone that they couldn't possibly be held to, nor would I expect somebody to trust me on faith. So the best I can do is find people who've had analogous experiences and compare anecdotes, which is very useful because we're talking about subjective experience. And what I have found consistently in this area is that a lot that these subjective experiences seem to happen in the same sort of way. Leo says, when I say the world stage Christ is not the biblical Christ, it's based on life experience and the record. Yeah, again, I think any external deity is a prop put by the institutions of religion to get us to externalize our higher self. Even attributing things to angels or God or the universe, all these things do is they create a separation where I think that separation is meant to block the signal. I mean, one of us is right, one is wrong. I'm sure we'll find out at the end. Doesn't really matter. I'm seeking. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these have all been coincidences. I understand. I have insight. That's how you know I'm not crazy. I'm not delusional. I very well understand how these things are interpreted by different frameworks. So I wouldn't try to assert these things to be real. But I've been doing it for a while. This feedback loop thing, this interaction. I'm a compulsive journal writer, note taker, and I pick up on things. And I'm interested in seeing where this all goes. One of the one of the things that I realized too was I do think there's a war. I think there's a natural system here. Like the darkness preys on light. I think there's a definite agenda here to cut off the light at every point where it emerges. Religion has controlled opposition to authentic spirituality. Dark Ghost Wind says, isn't the idea of higher consciousness and apotheosis the same ideology as the metascriptors, as well as the ideology everyone else is being shifted towards? Interesting question. Because I don't see it. Because, for example, the mediated worldview itself, the world stage itself, is a process of spiritually neutering us. Auto Hoaxer says, why would you doubt angels exist? Why must everything be you? Well, I didn't at first. So when this thing happened in 2012, 2013, over a period of time, it revealed itself to me through synchronicity. I was convinced that I was having some kind of guidance from a very specific angel, archangel. And if I told you this story, you'd see why I would have arrived at this. And I thought that was the case for a long time. I thought, okay, I've opened myself up to this thing. I'm recognizing evil. I'm not going to be a worldly scumbag. I'm going to align myself to be a conduit for light, and I will take action on its behalf because that's what's being asked of me. That's what I was being tasked with, as far as I understood. In fact, I recently found this shirt at a thrift store, and I had to get it. It's got the Archangel Michael pinning the devil down with the sword, and on the bottom it says "Guardians of Light." But that's kind of what I walked away from these experiences with this idea that yeah, I'm consciously taking it upon myself to be a conduit for light, whatever that means. And as soon as I accepted the mission, I figured out about fake news just like the day after. So it feels like a mission. But I did, in fact, think it was angelic. No, no, you're not understanding me. I was 100% sure that my guidance was angelic. And that's because of that's the way it seemed to appear to me at the time. That's the way all the messaging was communicated. That's the iconography, the symbolism. In fact, I have around my neck a little pendant of the Archangel Michael that I found in 2012 in Santa Fe. The day before, I had what I'd consider to be a divine intervention of some kind. But over time, I started to question, well, was this external to me, or was my intuition communicating to me with language and symbols I'm familiar with? So when it comes to synchronicity in general, messaging can show up in a variety of ways depending on context, depending on your language you have for speaking with it. So in these various magical schools of thought, symbolic languages, these are all ways to facilitate communication with the higher self. And I became very symbol literate. I studied various schools of thought, various archetypes, gods, goddesses, etc. And it just seemed like it was convenient at the time for me to get the message if it was conveyed through these specific means. But later, I started realizing it would be kind of an error to assume it was an external angel guiding me. but rather whatever was useful at the time. So I kind of thought, well, maybe that was a conclusion I jumped to, that I externalized the source when it was actually not external. And I can understand how people could become maniacal and delusional. Like, yeah, God chose me. God sent the archangel down here to test me and see if I would intervene and save a child. Like, people become delusional over external religious concepts and invisible things when it might just be there's no other way to facilitate communication between the levels of yourself except by using the language, iconography, and symbolism that you're accustomed to. Media Psyop said, something happened to me when I listened to the Pleiadian message around 2010. Well, I think it's subjective, is what I'm saying. I think the language is subjective and interchangeable. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm quite literally an agent of a couple of archangels, and I've put myself under their employ, and they guide me. Like, I could say that, but it doesn't seem like the right answer to me. The right answer to me seems, and this is just me being a bit reductionist, is that I was imposing a persona onto something because, like I said, I have an I and ego, but the higher self doesn't. So how do you address awareness, sentience, consciousness that doesn't have a center of awareness? You have to put it in some kind of a form. One of the more psychological explanations for magic suggests that people aren't really invoking and evoking demons or entities or angels or gods, but rather they're giving form to aspects of the mind for the purposes of the interaction to facilitate the communication. So, if anything, I kind of thought, well, I must have just imposed this particular structure onto it. And there is this statement made, I think it was by Aleister Crowley, where he said that you don't need to assume objective reality to any of the things that you communicate with. He said, go with the results, but don't assume objective reality. And he listed all the various things that people were invoking, evoking, communicating with. And I thought about that, and I thought, why is that? Well, if you look at various schools of thought, various religions, various traditions, people have their own spirit guides that comport to their specific culture. So these things are pretty much going to take the form that would relate to the culture of the person interacting with it. So again, when I'm talking about these angels or the belief in angels, I'm saying this was just a convenient form for personifying an aspect of the self. So when people say an angel interacted with me, an angel saved me, it's like, well, yeah, that's one way of putting it. But now the problem with externalizing it is you've taken agency out of your own hands. And I think this is ultimately about will and agency. And that's what's being hidden. I think will, agency, and I'm talking about the will of the person with vertically integrated consciousness and their effect on reality, that's a suppressed technology. That's a aspect of mind that they would rather us not know. Think about it. The powers that be have consistently implemented ignorance as a weapon. Educated elite, illiterate masses, easy to control. Why wouldn't we see the same dynamic when it comes to authentic understanding of the mind? These areas that we term spirituality. And these are just terms. I mean, I don't know what's the difference between mind and spirit. Are these synonymous? And that's why I think it's important to have a framework. And so I do have a framework. In fact, I wrote a book last year. It's a rough draft. I might finish it in the next few months because there's a point where I started to notice something. that there's different forms of synchronicity. And one of the common denominators with all the various types I've had is it seems to be a response to my input. Otto Hoaxer says, what American experiences led you to embrace the evil devil's philosophies over the all-loving Catholic God? Well, I don't, like I said before, I don't think that the religions have any of the answers. My experiences have gone outside of it. Unless you're willing to say here that you have been specifically chosen by God to work for some angels to do good in the world. Like, if you're willing to say that, say it. I mean, I'm not going to be flattered by it because I don't think it's true. I don't think I'm special in that sense. But I do think I've come across something. What I think I've come across here is that there is a model of the mind that we've been given that is designed to suppress it, to cut off spirit. And I've found a more expansive model that explains a lot more, that has predictability, but it doesn't require external entities. And I think that the mind is guardrailed. And, I could tell you something, and you would rightfully say it couldn't be possibly true. So I know I'm not going to insult anyone's intelligence or push a burden of proof by making claims I can't back up. But I think that there are things that are possible that would be problematic for the powers that be if people were to, I don't know, become aware of it and perhaps, I mean, you've seen all these movies like X-Men and stuff. What happens when a small subset of the population begin to manifest abilities that put them outside of the control of the state? What if this is contagious? What if I'm releasing a mind virus that could cause a lot of people to break with their programming and start having some kind of awareness that becomes somewhat transcendental, or even worse? Even worse, what if this line of thinking could possibly foment a rediscovery of things that are generally labeled magic or paranormal, but are actually quite normal? Because another built-in part of the paradigm, according to the thelemic framework, and is simply that every human being is a magical being. That every conscious volitional act is an interaction with the universe, but that it's more or less built into what we are, but it's just not cultivated. And it's not cultivated because it's not recognized. And it's not recognized because we're taught that we are separate from the universe. Well, what if we're not separate from it? What if there's an integration between the self and the environment that can be explained by the incorporeal, non embodied part of the self? What if we're not separated? Like the idea of the transpersonal awareness. Like, if we are connected at a fundamental level, at the level of earlier I was describing the universe not existing until it comes into being. This is a part of ourself that is transcendental, that is there, that isn't in time space. At that higher place, we're all integrated. But the idea of the self and the universe being one, being connected, this is typical of religious thought, but the Hermetic philosophy talks about as above, so below. Like the pentagram. What is the pentagram? It represents the spirit and the four elements: fire, water, earth, air. So the idea here is that man is the universe, or man is embodied in the universe, and it's symbolized by the star. So there's nothing inherently negative about it. But the idea here is that the the physical body is just a level of the entirety of our being. And the entirety of our being is integrated into the whole, like the iceberg. So we are not just the tip of the iceberg, we're the entire thing, and we're in an ocean which connects us all. But what is the point of it? And this is the thing that I brought up the angels and the sense of guidance. This is the thing that I think is very much personal. Do you have a purpose? Would be a question, because according to the dominant scientific paradigm, we have no purpose. You're here to procreate. You're here for no other reason than we are an accident of evolution and we just got lucky. Smarty Pants says the Star of David, ancient symbol, two triangles, up for light, down for dark. Yeah, the Star of David, the six-pointed star, tends. So they use the star, the six-pointed star, to represent the universe. The five-pointed star is man, and the six-pointed star and the five-pointed star represent, an attempt to create a model, like the tree of life, for example, is that considered to be a model. The very top is the crown, which is uh, pure awareness and consciousness. The very bottom, the kingdom, is the world of the flesh, but that we exist on every level. But where our awareness is down here. So we're at the bottom level. But during certain moments, certain drugs, certain experiences, you might ascend. The idea of the Kundalini snake, the rising of consciousness, represents the climbing of the tree. A Newful says, I'm here to create more meat suits, but unfortunately I failed in that task. Well, so yeah, exactly. What is the purpose though? Like, is there a point? Is there a purpose? And this was sort of a crossroads for me, because when I made the decision to trust my intuition implicitly on everything, I was making this decision to recognize that I have a higher purpose here, whatever it happens to be. And it was conveyed to me through these actions, through these events, was that my purpose here seems to be bearing light in a world of darkness, not to change the world necessarily. I'm not really sure what it does, although maybe it's just part of this never ending dialectic. You know that expression, all it takes for evil to succeed is for the good to stand by and do nothing? I think what I chose at that time was I was choosing not to be apathetic, not to be an observer, to be a participant, whatever that entails. And part of what that entailed was something like faith, but more like total trust in self and in whatever this internal sense of guidance is, this direct knowledge. And also, part of it is turning your back on the world, because I had to realize that all of the people in my life are not tuned in, very few of them. This information is alien to them. They ignore it, they disregard it, they tell me to ignore it. So I learned that if I rely on the world to validate my perceptions, then I'm going to remain apathetic in the dark. I'm not going to acknowledge agency or purpose or any of these things if I go with the flow. So already you're put in this antagonistic position where now you're against the world when you operate from a perspective that doesn't even exist according to the dominant paradigm. We're not supposed to have higher guidance, intuition, precognition. We're not supposed to have a purpose other than our biological purposes, our biological imperatives. So when I say I have a purpose here, obviously that's going to be frowned upon. They'll say, oh, that's delusion, delusions of grandeur, narcissism, or the devil got to you. Like, nobody has anything positive to say if you're like, yeah, I've got a mission in life. It was conveyed to me and I accepted it. Like, no, you don't have, like, and so many times I remember trying to describe synchronicities and stuff, even when it first started. Like when it first started getting really intense. It's like after the military. I remember talking to a certain family member repeatedly about this. I'd say, well, look, this happened. And then this happened. And this is what I was looking for. And this happened. And they would listen. But afterward, they'd say, you just got to remember that you're just a speck of dust, that this planet is very small. The universe is huge. We are not the center of the universe. And it just seems like you have an exaggerated sense of your own importance. So I always felt foolish when I would try to convey to people that I have this sense of meaningfulness about life. I was told it was foolishness repeatedly by people I trusted. So what that does is it gaslights you because now your perceptions are to be ignored in favor of what you're being told. And if you ignore your perceptions, you cease to trust them, you become more trusting in the authority. This is what explains people's belief in news media. Their own senses don't matter, facts don't matter, they're going with the flow. But this can happen on a spiritual level as well. You can tune yourself out of it through being gaslit. But this was a repeated theme where I realized it's pointless to talk to people because they're going to always go back to the refrain that life has no meaning. You're just a dumb ape. Accept it. That's why I think it's funny when people go with that. It's like, yeah, if you want to believe you're just an animal, yeah, let me hear you say it. I'm just an animal. I'm just a meat suit and an ego. Life has no meaning, and the universe is probably going to implode on itself at some point, and humanity won't even exist. So none of this means anything. Like if you believe that, if you've internalized that misanthropy, that nihilism, that reductionist view on things, I want to hear it because I think it's funny, because I know it's not true. Although I'm open to that it might be true for some people, but that's a matter of volition and an unwillingness to operate outside of the box they've been put within. And when I say religions are evil, I simply mean that these are institutions that have a very limited view of man. And I do think that religions are pretty much there to keep us as animals, to keep us as sheep, to prevent us from being so arrogant that we think we have a higher purpose. So that we're not so arrogant that we challenge the system like Satan or Lucifer or Prometheus. You notice all these various mythological figures that challenge the status quo are always demonized. They're not lauded as heroes. Challenging Olympus. And isn't that what we're doing? We're challenging the gods of Olympus because we can see that they've left the people in darkness. We're stealing their fire, which is knowledge, right? Fire, light, knowledge. We're stealing the knowledge that has been kept out of the hands of the people down there, and we're sharing it. So this is a very Promethean endeavor in that sense. A Newful says, whatever your mission is in life, don't try to change normies because that'll bring hell to you. Normies belong to the elites. Yeah. Well, that's why I like what I found in the Gnostic writings about a large segment of the population are never going to access their soul spark. Another section is on the fence. You might be able to wake some people up, but ultimately it has to be of their own volition. It's their own path. So I'm here for the pneumatics. I'm here for the off-world stagers, the ones who are already seeking the way out. It'd be a waste of energy to try to reach anyone else. Just reach the ones that are already on the way out. Thank you so much, Grangerman. Five Wrenches, Catawin, Redacted Bigley, KMS Schenk, Sarah May, Esoteric Veritas have all joined the club. Otto Hoaxer says, why is Aleister Crowley more rewarding a read than Lyndon LaRoche cult fakeologist aligns with. Maybe you're a pop culture occult groupie. Well, Crowley's not the only person I read from. I've only referenced him because he's kind of representative of this body of thought, but he was even kicked out of the OTO. But it wasn't even that he made stuff up. He simply published a lot of stuff. His concept was for the New Age, they were going to take a lot of or all of the hidden teachings and externalize them. But he's by no means the only one, and people have developed this area of research in different schools of thought since then. Like I would read also Peter Carroll's thoughts. He's very interesting. He started a group called the Illuminati of Thanateros, the IoT. And his thing, he was not for Crowley. He's like, you got to get rid of all these systems that are weighed down with tradition and dogma and get to the fundamentals. And by all accounts, Crowley was a terrible person. But did he espouse a philosophy that takes all these things into account and makes sense of it? In a lot of ways, yes. He simplified things. He stripped away quite a lot just to get to the fundamentals. The idea was that there is a path to integrating your consciousness with what he termed the higher self or holy guardian angel. But he said it's not an angel. These are just terms that we use to explain the unexplainable, the things we don't have definitions for. And he also articulated this concept of the angel and the abyss. You know, that there's two things that have to happen for this. Like you have to confront a couple of things. The abyss means crossing the abyss means you're crossing a serious line. If you're going to start interpreting external events as relating to you, that's crossing a line into what society deems madness. So they call it crossing the abyss, meaning you're gambling with your sanity if you don't have a framework to interpret this stuff. There's a line that you cross. And so crossing the abyss means, can you survive ego dissolution and show back up on the other side integrated and able to incorporate all this additional information without falling into the abyss, without going crazy, without being devoured by the demon? He had a demon in the abyss that he named. And this is just metaphor. You know, this is stuff that they talk about in the context of, you know, ritual and symbolism. And the angel is just a way of describing that part of yourself that is transcendent. And they call knowledge and conversation with the holy guardian angel. Like for you to even be um, allowed to move up in their club, you have to establish that you have conversation with your higher self, that you've established a feedback loop. And how would they know? Well, they go through your journals, your so-called magical diary. You document everything, your dreams, your thoughts, your intuitions, your synchronicities, and your higher ups are able to determine if you are, in fact, authentically operating at that particular level. The only reason they let me into Thelema, they weren't recruiting. I was about to leave for the military, and I was seeking stuff because I was, you know, always looking for things. In fact, the reason I joined the army, I was pretty much guided. But I went into this one of these strange little bookstores, and I had a long conversation with someone about some things. And one conversation led to an interview. And my first interview, there were three of them, and they were describing how we're in this new aeon, and that the jobs of the initiates is to tear down the old aeon. And that's why you see a lot of anti-Christian stuff, I think, very much saturating the occult world, the idea of like all the imagery of all these bands. What's with all the anti-Christ stuff? It's iconoclasm. Aleister Crowley called himself an antichrist, the beast. It's iconoclasm because they're destroying the old world's icons, images, and paradigms and introducing a new one. It's the phoenix thing: burn down, build in the ashes. They also told me that they would be introducing an androgen god. And at the time, I had writings from like Robert Anton Wilson, Prometheus Rising, where even then they were talking about non binary. They were talking about things that we see right now, I think. Like everything that's changed significantly in the culture, in religions, in everything, all the progressive stuff really does seem to emanate right out of the New Age movement and this idea that we're entering a new aeon. But they interview everybody several times before they let you in. And so I just went in so far as I wanted to, learn, gain access to the library, but I wasn't a fit. I'm not really a cult person. I'm not a joiner, and I wasn't into the yoga. And plus, I was at the time I was working at a gas station, and they guilt tripped me into quitting my job so I wouldn't miss a meeting. And I recognize that as a sign of what you would call a destructive cult. But what I did learn right away was that, and there's 93 people listening. Appreciate everyone here. What I learned right away, though, was that the objective of this group was to essentially introduce the person to a series of teachings, processes, frameworks, initiations that would allow one to make sense of all of this extraneous information and integrate it, and thereby achieve what they call true will and become a causal agent, what they term magic, basically. But the term magic is very much something that has been maligned, misunderstood. But the idea is that, is there a relationship between what you perceive, what you think, and the effects that you get in the world? Do you draw things to you? Is there an interaction there? Or are you a disparate object on a planet with no effect? Are you a leaf blowing in the wind? Or are you something with agency that extends beyond what your body can possibly do? And so I'm of the opinion that we are specifically human beings. We're specifically the purpose of this place. I think this universe is human centric. I don't know if I believe in external galaxies and exoplanets. I think we are the center of the universe. And I think the universe is wouldn't exist without us. I don't think it comes into being until its perceivers are immersed in the experiencing of it. The question of round or flat shape is irrelevant. We don't even I don't even think that's a question that has any sort of explanatory value anyway. It's the same no matter what, but let's say it's true. Let's say I'm right and it's true, and that every human being is potentially capable of opening Pandora's box, of somehow becoming more of a causal agent in what happens in their life. It just seems like chaos, like opening Pandora's box unleashes chaos in the world. It might be disruptive. A lot of people probably can't do it. It probably would induce psychosis and insanity to give people even the literature to even consider that they should try these things. So religion seems like a safe alternative, because religion and belief is very passive. Magic is a very active thing. But I mean, it'd be interesting to throw out some hypotheticals, like as to what could be done. How many of you are familiar with the phenomenon called the evil eye? And this has been something documented by anthropologists, for thousands of years. Every Seems like every society has some version of it. Some belief that negative, suppressed, unexpressed emotions can actually translate into some kind of harmful glare, where a person looking at somebody else could cause bad things to happen to that person. without even wanting to, but just because they're so full of hate, envy, and jealousy. The idea that emotions and intention and focus is some kind of dynamic, transmutable force. Because that phenomenon has been observed ubiquitously. It's a part of many cultures. They have bracelets, they have symbols to push back against it. It's accepted to exist. Why? You think there's no evidence for it? You think it's just a superstition? Or maybe there's something that's been observed everywhere. So, just starting with that, if we accept that as a premise, that thoughts affect things under certain conditions, focus, emotion, there's other elements in there, but if that's a thing, then that would already suggest there's something to this. The difference being that's a subconscious effect. But what if you could take conscious control of it? If it's a subconscious effect, if it's observed, if it's real, this is all hypothetical, then it's reasonable to surmise here that if you had a little more awareness, then you could do this anyway. You could affect somebody at a distance with a thought. Otto Hoaxer says prayer protects from the evil eye, but fuck prayer, let the evil eye smash your life. Well, there's different ways. So the sign of the horns, you see the rock stars do? The sign of the horns is said to reflect that. That envy is a toxic emotion that transmits negative effects to other people, not just sickness, but also misfortune, like as in the sequence of events in their lives take a weird turn, like luck. So, what do you think about luck? Is luck real? Have you ever had bad luck or good luck? Are these just descriptive terms for random, run of the mill actions and activities? Or is luck a measure of your effect? And we only label it when it reaches some extreme. Oh, this is really good, really bad, but normally it's neutral. Like these would be starting points if you wanted to do a deep dive into the subject. What can we entertain in the hypothetical to start the conversation as to whether or not the individual has any sort of effect on the world around them? A direct effect, not something where there's an intermediary or a god or an external thing, but I'm talking a direct, tangible effect. And if so, can it be systematized? Can it be trained? Like I remember reading these experiments that were supposedly done in parapsychology or the paranormal. It had to do with I think the Soviets were doing some experiments on could they give somebody a heart attack at a distance, for example. Like, what kind of disruption such a thing would be? Diana says, I broke my ankle yesterday. I don't consider it bad luck. Right. I mean, there are coincidences, there are random things. Oh, and this is why crossing the abyss, as they describe it, is so perilous because if you take accountability for everything or you see everything as a message, it makes you sort of responsible. It just seems like I can see why people want to attribute things just to random chance because you don't want to fall into superstition or delusion or paranoia. Like bad things do happen, coincidences happen. Like I'm not saying I'm a believer in good or bad luck, but what I'm suggesting here is that such instances where things seem to be in a very pointed way sending a signal to you or somehow responding to you, um, those types of things might be instances where there may have been some interaction. So I mean, which is it though? Either we have totally accepted the notion that we have no agency, we have no power, everything is external to us, and we're separate from the universe, or we allow for the possibility that maybe we're integrated with the universe and maybe we're meant to, or possibly supposed to, but suppressed from having some greater control over external circumstances. And it maybe something even beyond that, but I mean, I've read a lot of things. I've read anecdotes. I've heard people describe things. I think it's all very interesting. But I've seen enough to know that I'm going to continue this line of inquiry and research. But when you look at like folk magic and superstitions, there are plenty, and most of it is absolutely nonsense. But it lacks the rigor. So the rigor of empirical research, observation, recording, and testing, and so on. And so, if nothing else, the one thing that maybe Aleister Crowley might have added to this conversation is that his order emphasized the need to be scientific in your approach, document, to be observation based, and to be consistent. I mean, how else would you figure it out? And how else would you arrive at the right conclusions if you didn't have consistent observations and if you weren't open to having your presuppositions challenged or even proven wrong? Like I said, originally I thought I was maybe even in communication with something that you would describe as angelic. And right now, I don't. So I wasn't like stuck on that particular answer. I was just seeking an answer and I'm looking at, well, what's the best explanation for this? And can this be explained without referencing something external? And if so, what does it mean? Well, it means something. Anufel says, if the bad stuff that happened to me didn't happen, I bet I'd 100% be a normie. So I'm glad the struggle of life to throw at me the mark that marked this ego attachment to the meat suit. Right. Yeah, that's another element to it as well. Like, is this place here to educate us, to bring out aspects of ourselves? Are we here to learn about ourselves? Or are we here for a comfortable ride? Like, I even look at some relationships in my life that have been terrible as the most useful and enlightening experiences of my life. I mean, I think I mean I use these terms loosely, but I said I was locked up with a demon for several years. Well, I think that experience might have been, I'm not saying it's my fault, but what if this part of myself that I take orders from needed me to go through some things for the purpose of becoming aware of things or even seeing, studying it up front. Like, I feel like I had front row seats to studying the embodiment of the the matrix in a person. Like, when you confront like narcissism, for example, as a personality structure, and you deal with the gaslighting, the lies, the deception, the manipulation, what are you really confronting? You're confronting an adversary who's challenging your perceptions on every level. It's like a war. It's like a fight. It's some kind of it's educational in the sense that it can change you for the better. Had I not had that experience, had I not confronted certain things, yeah, certainly I would have been too comfortable. Otto Hooks says, why is the rock star devil horns more embraceable to deflect evil eye than prayer? Well, I mean, I don't know, whatever works for you, I suppose. In some cultures, it's a hand with the eyeball on it. Some, it's the horns up. I heard the middle finger derived from a warding gesture. So is mooning people. Like, this is not a unique thing. It's around the world. There are various ways. Some people say that their faith insulates them against stuff. And that could be even true itself, too. Dinah says, the voice in our heads is not us. We can't be the observer and the observed. Well, I would say it is us but it doesn't have a bodily center of awareness. And the ego awareness, which is again informed by the body's senses and its orientation on this plane. So like the subconscious is us. The higher self is us. It's all us. We're one field of consciousness, but we're only experiencing it from the perspective of the tip of the iceberg. We only have this point of view. And I think it's very easy to personify and to give form to these other aspects. You know, I had this synchronicity a little while ago. I was, for some reason, and I was encountering the Minotaur everywhere. As in movies I was watching, um, various things would pop up. And for some reason, the Minotaur seemed to be this reoccurring theme. And I was like, what the hell does that mean? There's this one movie I watched. I think it was called, I got to get the name of it. But at the very end, the main character kills his friend who's dressed as an angel in front of a statue of a Minotaur in a labyrinth. So I'm just thinking, because oftentimes I'll get these repeated synchronicities where something just keeps popping up in my life. So I was like, what the hell does a Minotaur actually mean? And I asked that somewhat aloud as I'm driving. And this truck in front of me comes up in front of me. And I noticed its license plate was unusual. It only had two letters, ID. So I thought, id. So the Minotaur is a man with a beast's head, the bull's head. So it's this bestial man living in a dark labyrinth, in a dark place, like this maze. And so I went home and I did a search. I was like, has anyone done any sort of research or any papers on the idea of the id, Freud's lingo, being synonymous with the Minotaur? And what kind of answered for me here was that part of ourself that is subconscious has a center of awareness, but it's purely animalistic. It doesn't have an eye. It's there. There's a thing there. We talk about subconscious impulses, um, repressed emotions, things that influence us, but not at a level that reaches conscious awareness. So you could look at the subconscious as such a beast in the dark, wandering around, chaos, madness, the id. And of course, the reason for establishing a model of the mind is just to kind of understand its various aspects. And then how do you integrate with this? How do you tame the beast? How do you align it with your interests? How do you prevent it from dominating? But it got me thinking about models of the mind and how we need to have some kind of a concept that's inclusive of all aspects of the mind. And it seems like the model we've been given is truncated by design because our worldview, our world stage, our internal Truman Show is truncated. It's not the whole story. It's a curated, selective version that serves the power elite. So why wouldn't they have done the same thing to our minds? And this is where I think religion has been instrumental in their success. But not just religion, also indoctrination. Otto Hoaxer says, do you think Goldfinch, if he knew you prayed, he would be discouraged against bullying you? Marcus Goldfinch's brother works for the 700 Club, worked directly for Pat Robertson. Hugely religious. No, I mean, I think that the guy's an ignorant um, psychopath, and he feels righteous in what he's doing precisely because he's Christian. He thinks he's doing God's work. And oh, no, you mean like if I converted to Christianity, do you think he'd leave me alone? Good question. We asked, can you come up with a new model, Tim? Maybe a new book. Okay, well here's what the thing is. I was writing this book last year on this subject because I started to recognize that our understanding of synchronicity is incomplete if we only view this as random, anomalous, passive, coming from an external source. But when we recognize it instead as a feedback loop, as a result of what we put out there, it takes on a different meaning because now it's active. Now it's active feedback from our own thoughts, intents, and focuses. So I was thinking about the idea of, well, when bats travel through caves, echolocation. So if the future doesn't exist yet, we're facing this wall of what? The unknown, darkness. How do you navigate in the darkness? Well, for me, it's I navigate through this guidance would be through synchronicity, through the messages that return to me from what I put out there into the dark. So I correlated this with bats. Bats going through a dark cave navigate by sending signals. They send out their sound, it bounces off the walls, comes back, and now they know which way to go. So echolocation orients you in the dark, but it's a feedback loop. And I thought this is exactly how synchronicity seems to be working. It's like echolocation. So I watched this movie series, and it was about this fan of a musician who's kind of like Beyonce, and she thinks that this is a goddess because she's kind of psychotic or delusional. But for some reason, the more she focuses on it, the more doors open to her. Through synchronicity, this character gets guided to follow her idol, and she does a lot of terrible things. But at the end of the movie, she actually ends up getting on the stage and she bites this pop star who's based on Beyonce, I think. I'll try to get the name of the movie. I thought it was Yellow Jacket or something. But anyway, it's about this fan who's so obsessed. She worships her idol and she actually ends up meeting her at the end. But she does all these horrible things. But for some reason, the universe or events, things just open up for her. It's like nothing can stop her. Nothing can stop her will to meet her idol. And throughout the movie, you're seeing what look like synchronistic events. Well, at the very end of the movie, they ask her, about all of her actions, what she did, so terrible. And she said something very enigmatic. It was at the very end of the movie, at the series. She said, she concluded that, quote, God is an echo. I thought it was a very unusual thing for her to say. God is an echo. Because I was just thinking about synchronicity and this feedback loop. And then it occurred to me, maybe this entire time, what I thought was God, what I thought was angelic, what I thought was external from me was always an echo. It was always me. So going back to the angel thing, I ruled out there being an external influence when I realized, no, that angel, so called, was an echo. It was a response to a signal that I sent out into the dark, and it bounces back, and I received it. So the book that I wrote is actually called God is an Echo. And it's on Kindle, but it's unpublished. It's actually I just had to get the name in there because I wanted to make sure that the copyrights were established. But the whole book is premised on the idea of synchronicity having an active component, and that it's actually a way of integrating with one's consciousness that is outside of the boundaries of the ego, and that it principally works around the idea of a feedback loop or echolocation. And the book is a collection of a lifetime of anecdotes and observations and an illustration of this model as I describe it, which is something that, kind of combines a lot of things, but people who've looked into magic, law of attraction, any mysticism, Jungian psychology will understand where I'm going at with this. Because what I'm suggesting here is that maybe this entire time, a lot of spiritual paths and a lot of religions have been in the way of understanding by falsely inserting external deities or getting you to externalize aspects of yourself and attribute it to something outside of you. What's up, fill in the blank? Member for 9 months. Thanks for joining. I mean, I haven't decided if I want to publish the book. I kind of held back on it because I wanted some more time, to develop it. Although I might still, I have a few months. I was going to work on it between now and the summer. I used to publish a blog. I think I called it Synchronicity Now, where I was describing these various events and interactions. And so I took that blog, which lasted for a couple of years, and I put it in the book with other writings. I just have a lot more notebooks to go through before I can, complete it. But maybe I will. And I'll go into detail about some of these things so you can see where I'm coming from. But this book is obviously going to be my perspective, anecdotes. You can't consider it to be evidence, but it could give you an idea of my process here and why I've arrived at certain conclusions. Auto Hoaxer says, I bet in 20 years, remember this proclamation, you will recall synchronicity to have been an unreliable wild goose chase. Well, the reason why I don't is that when I started noticing, paying attention, and following it, I was positioned in a few places at a few different times to where it left me no room for doubt. No room for doubt that this is indeed an intelligence. It's a sentience, it's an intelligence, it has a moral sense, it knows more than I do, better than I do, and it has steered me into very specific things to prove to me its validity. Like it demonstrated itself. That's what I'm saying. The 2013 event, it demonstrated to me that it could see the future and that it could position me to act, to be an agent on behalf of it, to serve some higher purpose. It specifically did that several times. And that basically told me, okay, at this point, don't listen to people of the world. If somebody of the world who hasn't had these experiences tells you to ignore it, ignore them. So your proclamation doesn't mean anything because I'm not talking about something that's hypothetical. I'm talking about lived experience and things where you would agree with me. You would have done what I've done. I don't think you would disagree that my actions were um, unnecessary in any of these instances. Life or death, um, intervening on behalf of innocence, things that are fundamentally what you would call quote good. These are not neutral things. So if you don't believe in good and evil, then this wouldn't make sense either. Because another element to it that I wasn't expecting is that this isn't morally neutral. To be aligned with this is to take sides. Like, are you on a side? Are you on a side against the evil of the world as it exists? Or do you not believe in evil? Is evil just a descriptive term and it's archaic and it's superstition? Do you believe in good? So if you don't believe in good and evil because it's too simplistic or we've been conditioned out of it, then this wouldn't make sense. But if you recognize that there is a fundamental presence of evil in the world whose purpose it is to occult the light, to drown out souls, to destroy innocence, and that it wins by default if there aren't people on the other side pushing back against it. So I became a believer in evil as a tangible presence. Like we believe in criminality. You believe in criminality. You believe in organized criminality, organized crime. So we can accept that there is that element in this world. Well, I'm saying at a very metaphysical level, this place has evil embedded into it, and many of the people. So just as I'm guided by something I consider to be higher, something light, others are steered by darkness, by evil, by a point of view that is not only unspiritual, but anti spiritual. I think it's like sharks smelling blood. I think there are people who don't even know what they're doing, but have this innate sense, this innate destructiveness, but they are somehow guided in some way. Like, I think this place is at war. And I think evil wins for the most part because it's invisible and people can't see it. And it's not even revealed externally. You can't see it, except on rare occasions when you're intervening, if you step in on something. But for the most part, you can't see it, and it hides and it lies, and no one will believe you. So, how do you describe an evil that no one believes in, that never shows itself, but you can only sense it through your intuition? Well, if you don't have an intuition, evil wins. And I look at every interaction in this context as teaching me something. I'm like, okay, if you have an intuition about somebody or some situation, you're on your own. It requires independent action. And if you can't take action independent of approval from others, then you're nullified. You're not a threat to the other side. You're not an opponent. You might as well just be a helic, an NPC. Auto Hoaxer says, funny you ignore everyone who declares that our lives are pre-written. Synchronicity is merely visions into what has already been fated. No, I don't think so. I think synchronicity is actually feedback. I think synchronicity is feedback from what the self has communicated outwardly. And not to say out into the universe, but when I'm saying communicating outwardly, I mean communicating to the entirety of yourself and the aspect of it that's integrated with the universe as it's coming into being, the incorporeal. And so my take on synchronicity is very different from the mainstream view. My take on religion is different from the mainstream view. My take on the dominant scientific paradigm is obviously different. And I've had to accept this. Like, I don't care. Like, I stand on what I know and what I experience. I don't kowtow to peer pressure, tradition, shame, guilt trips. None of that stuff matters. If I adhered to any of that, none of the stuff would have consolidated in my operating system. I would not have had this um, additional consideration. But I mean, again, I would ask, do you have a purpose in your life? And if your answer is no, that's fine. I'm not knocking it. But I happen to think that we do have a purpose. And I can't say what it is for everybody. But I also think there's an element here to where it's really about whether or not you choose. You get to choose. I think you choose sides. And choosing light, choosing to be a conduit for that, to live on that side of it, is doesn't mean you're a good person. I think it's just it's an option. You can be more engaged if you choose to be. And I think I was given that choice because the same day that I followed my no, I didn't get my synchronicities feedback from a Hollywood movie. I got the phrase God is an echo from a movie. And I got the movie, look, everything in your environment is information. Movies are information, books are information, everything. So if you know anything about synchronicity, it comes through anything, anyone, anywhere, depending on your, like, here's an example of a synchronistic concept. So I'm studying the Fool, the tarot card of the Fool, who's at the beginning of a journey. First thing he does is he steps out of the light. The sun's behind him at his back, but he steps over the cliff and falls into the darkness. That's the beginning of the Fool's journey. The fall, the necessary fall. No, you're completely misconstruing what I'm saying, but I understand why you have to do that. So I'm talking about this idea of the Fool, the Fool's journey. the person recognizing, okay, I don't know. So he's taking a journey. He steps off the cliff into the darkness. So the obvious symbolism there is going into the unknown. So I'm thinking about this, and I was like, that kind of reminds me of the Matrix, where Morpheus, and again, I'm not getting this from Hollywood. I'm using stories, I'm using descriptions, symbols from everywhere. So when the Morpheus pushes Neo off the building, it's the jump test. He's supposed to jump and prove he's the one. He jumps and he falls and he hits the ground. So what does that mean? So I'm thinking about the meaning of this. The leap of faith in self and how it ends up with the person landing on their face. So again, I'm thinking about concepts, the image, the movie clip. Well, then I'm reading from my book called Name the Wind. So in Name the Wind, it's about a innkeeper who's undercover. He's actually the world's most notorious wizard, but he's hiding as an innkeeper. And over the years, he kind of forgets who he was. So his best friend hires a, a writer, a chronicler, to show up at the guy's bar and document his life story. And so the book is actually the retelling of how this guy came to be the world's most notorious wizard, his origin story. So he's describing how he's at school, the wizard school, and he's on a roof. He's 20 feet up. And the teacher says, okay, well, you have to name the wind. You name the elements. Words are spells, words are power. If you can name the element, you can control it. To name it is to control it. So he's supposed to name the wind to cushion his fall. So he's told to jump off the roof. Well, he doesn't want to jump off the roof, but he gets shoved. And what does he do? He falls 20 feet to the ground. He's not able to name the wind, cushion his fall, and he gets injured. So he face plants. So you might say, oh, that's interesting. The fool jumping off the cliff, Neo jumping off the building. I open a book, and in the chapter, this guy's falling or pushed 20 feet down by his teacher, told to awaken his powers. He doesn't, he gets hurt. So I put the book down, I turn on TV. I'm watching HBO series The Boys, where the Homelander superhero has a son that he's kept hidden from everybody. So he takes his son onto the roof and he says, son, you're a hero like me. You got powers. You got to fly. And the son is kind of scared. So what does his father do? He shoves him off the roof. And what happens? He falls and he face plants. And the mother comes out and she says, what have you done? And he says, oh, it's only 20 feet. And I had to pause it because in the book, it was only 20 feet. On this show, it was only 20 feet. You have the child, the instructor, being taught to awaken his powers, put to the test, face plants. Wizard in training, told to test out his powers, gets shoved off the roof, face plants. Neo, face plants. The fool jumps off the cliff. So these things happen all at the same time, one after another. I could not have planned to have opened the book to that page. I could not have planned to have that particular episode be the next one for me to see after reading that from the book, after looking at the comparison between the jump test and the Matrix and the Fool. So what do you see here? How do you explain this? I have an explanation for this, and it's not just coincidence. It has to do with information, and specifically in literature and books or in movies, the form that the information takes. And so a book is not just a book in this context. If you look at a book in front of you, it's a stack of paper and words, but that's only in the now. It exists in, if you look at outside time space, if you look at the time it takes to read it and the interaction between the perceiver, the words, and what it conjures up in their minds, there's an interactivity here with sentience, consciousness, and the information. But the time it takes to read a book means, okay, this book requires time. It takes place over a period of time to assess all the information that's in it. So my point of it is, if you think about the realm of possibility as being all the possible futures ahead of us at any given moment, then that book has an existence aside from just being an object. It exists as an object that's read over time. And every page contains information. Information has forms. And so what I'm noticing here is that there is a relationship between the form the information took in the book, in my mind, in these movies, and it all happened to be at the same time that what I was thinking about, the answers I was seeking, were being reflected back to me in my environment. So here I am thinking about the meaning of the fool's journey, and I got three examples back to back of it in illustration. Neo awakening up to the Matrix, the wizard discovering how to name the elements, the superhero child learning he's a superhero, learning he has this blood in him that means that he should be able to fly. So what I'm pointing out here is that it's like what when the student is ready, the teacher appears. That I put it out there. I put out there through my focused intention that I'm seeking this specific knowledge, this specific lesson or information. And look how it responded to me in the form of echoes, all at one time. So synchronicity is also about timing. It wasn't like, let me find all the movies that have this scene. Let me find a book that has this scene. No, this is stuff I could not have known unless I had a point of view from outside time space, unless I had a point of view that could arrange things based on the forms of the information I was seeking. So if you look at the future as it doesn't exist until it's experienced, it's nothing but information. It's a field of information condensing into matter. Then you can see how synchronicity is actually the materialization of forms that correlate to what you're putting out there with your thoughts. So when I was talking about this and that movie where the girl said God is an echo, it's because I was coming to this conclusion. I was writing about echolocation. So when she said God is an echo, it stood out to me because I said, wait a minute. All week long, I've been connecting synchronicity to echolocation and the idea that synchronicity is not a higher power, it's just me. It's an echo. So this character saying God is an echo had specific significance to me. And I thought, I'm going to use that as a title for my book. So I didn't get the idea from the movie. I already had the idea. It just happened to be something in my environment that perfectly reflected with what I was thinking about at that time. Otto Hoax says, please realize you're not the only human being to experience synchronicity. Well, of course not. But what I'm saying is, what I'm introducing to it here is that I don't think synchronicity is anything external to us. I think it can be explained. I think that synchronicity, there's various levels to it, but very personally significant things that you can't just say it's coincidence. Because there are coincidences. There's a qualitative difference. Like you said, okay, you said you were reading, their eyes were watching God, Haiti had earthquakes. What about that? Yeah, coincidences happen all the time. I mean, you would expect coincidences. They're a normal part of life. That's why it's so easy for people to say, well, those are just coincidences. But the difference is intentionality and the feedback aspect of it. But there are various levels. Some people, it's just like they notice numbers. Well, that's your RAS. That's your reticular activation system firing off. So yeah, you can notice numbers and patterns. Is that a synchronicity? Well, no, not necessarily. But synchronicity does make use of the RAS when information is being directed to you as relevant. But what I would want to ask you then, can you cause synchronicity? Not can you just notice things and plug them in and force meaning, but can you deliberately cause the world around you to give you information or in any other way? Do your thoughts affect what's happening after? And another question, was that a meaningful coincidence? And this is why it's called crossing the abyss, because misattributing yourself as a cause to something you didn't cause is not a synchronicity. And misattributing these things is actually insane, apophenia, delusional. And what good does it do if you're misinterpreting signals that don't actually mean anything? So there's qualitative differences to consider here. And it's easy to mock. You can do your laughing face emojis. You can mock this. I mean, I don't care. I am so far past caring what people who aren't attuned to it think about it that it doesn't matter. I expect it. I generally don't even talk about these things because I recognize that most people are actually opposed to it for some reason. And I understand why. I mean, you shouldn't believe things you have no evidence for. If someone tells you that they could stare at a picture of you and cause your head to explode, like, was that movie Scanners? Obviously, you shouldn't take that seriously. I mean, I'm a reasonable person. I don't make outlandish claims, but nor am I closed minded or am I obedient to a system designed to cut us off from even approaching this area of inquiry and research. I mean, researching synchronicity is not a thing if you haven't noticed. You ignore it or you pathologize it. But having conversed with a lot of people who've looked into these things, who've had analogous experiences, I've arrived at some conclusions that are far from mainstream, and I'm fine with it. And I don't care if people don't believe. There's no animosity. I'm not in competition. I'm not a religious person trying to assert the supremacy of what I believe. I would say what you had was a coincidence with the book. Synchronicity goes beyond just a coincidence. What was the personally significant meaning to you? It doesn't seem personal. So synchronicity's other element is it refers to a personally significant message or meaning extrapolated from it that suggests that something was being conveyed to you from the external. But the more you look at this, and this is what the book is for, by showing so here's another example. I was going for a hike one day. I was going to go meet a friend and go for a hike. That morning on my Twitter feed, I saw this clip from a movie called 127 Hours. And this was about a hiker who got his arm stuck in a rock. And he waited and waited and waited. Nobody came to help him. He was worried that he was going to die or get eaten by wolves or something. So what does he do? He chops his arm off. He takes a rock. He basically chews his arm off. He's got to get out of that canyon and get to safety before he dies. So the guy has to give up his arm. It's called 127 Hours. It's based on a real story. So I'm watching that. And the next thing, I'm going to the hills where I'm going to go hike, and I'm listening to a podcast. And in this podcast, the psychiatrist who's giving this talk is describing how when you're in certain situations, specifically toxic relationships, you can only rely on yourself. Because if the person is very good at hiding the abuse, the manipulation, if they're covertly, malignantly narcissistic, if it's all hidden, no one's going to help you. And she said, I'm reminded of 127 Hours. At some point, you're just going to have to give up your arm, chew off your arm. So, okay, already on the way to the foothills, I have a little bit of a synchronicity because I randomly see this video, and then this therapist I listen to references it, and this relates to my specific situation. So that's the start of it. So then we're hiking, and we're in the boulders, and I pretend like my arm was stuck as a joke. And I told my friends, you guys got to leave me here for the coyotes unless I'm willing to chew my arm off. And they got the reference to the movie. So we leave, get in my vehicle. As we're driving away, we pass by a jogger who's coming out of the hills. This jogger had a prosthetic arm. Like his right arm wasn't there. It was a prosthetic arm with the little metal hooks on it. So you've got the random feed on my Twitter, the podcast that references what I saw on my random feed, which related to my situation about should I just leave this particular relationship. We go for a hike. I reference the joke, and then we see a one-armed hiker. So, what would you make of that? To me, it was saying, you're going to have to do this on your own. No one's going to save you. Chew your arm off. So, to me, that was myself, the transpersonal, non or incorporeal aspect of the self, trying to convey to me that I have to do what I have to leave this situation, that no one's going to come save me. There's not going to be a divine intervention, no easy way out. I'm going to have to chew my arm off. And so I walked away from that saying, I'm going to have to chew my arm off. So this is not just opening a book and having a coincidence. This was 1, 2, 3 specific things external to me that reinforce the message. So you can see why I'm saying that's not just a coincidence. I don't think that's the same thing as reading a book and having something happening out in the world at the same time. It's not the exact same thing, nor did the earthquake have specific synchronicity to you or specific meaning, or were you seeking meaning? And part of the synchronicity that I'm talking about here, the active component, is that seeking is involved. I was seeking answers. I'm trying to figure out my way out of a situation, and I see this documentary. I hear it mentioned again in this context that I was then applying it to after I see the guy with the one arm. So I interpreted the message. I don't know what message you got out of reading a book on an earthquake and it happens, but what I'm saying is there's a qualitative difference that you're facing here. And it has to do with the active component, the seeker putting information, putting thought and intention into the experience, into the universe, into solving something or having some answers, and then having the answer reflected back in the universe, reflected back. Like I've never seen a one-armed hiker before, much less after joking about losing my arm in hiking, after watching a documentary about a hiker losing his arm, about after watching a therapist talking about the documentary that I watched and using that as an analogy for leaving the situation that I was talking or thinking about leaving. So it's really too layered to say it's merely a coincidence. Synchronicity has this. That's why I wrote the book. Is there are various levels to it, and I'll let readers judge whether I'm off or on with this. And this is why I say it's even less likely that we're dealing with external entities, gods, or angels, because I don't think that's what a higher or external deity or being would do. Rather, that was me talking to me. That was an echo. That was echolocation. That was guidance through the dark. All right. Well, I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I was just killing time today. Not killing time, but I was actually drawing the mountain and it got dark. So I got to get back. Should I leave this stream up? I mean, we're just so off topic here. We're way out here. I'll probably leave this up. So anybody who's here, if they want to listen to the beginning, and I'll read your comments and stuff. Just fair. I mean, full disclosure. I mean, I don't have any reason to hold back when it comes to my opinions and observations, and these are just my opinions and observations. So thanks for the comments. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the disagreement, because one of the best ways to understand an idea is to have it confronted by someone who doesn't agree or challenges it, because that's kind of what we're here to do anyway. I think we're trying to figure things out. What's up, Media Psyops? Thanks for joining. All right, well, I'll be back in Discord. Oh, I did put one notice up. I put out a live stream notice on silence. So I don't mean to go quiet or dark. We're not going to go silent. But the Great Deconstruction project is not going to be publicly discussed until it's finished. And the reason why is that I've got a blueprint here. I've got a blueprint for explaining the world stage to a normie. I have a blueprint that will help draw people to the off-world stage permanently. But I don't want to give it away until it's ready, because I can already tell that there are efforts to co-opt this space that we inhabit. So to make sure that we don't have any attempts to co-opt or hijack or dilute this, I'm just going to kind of keep this project dark. The first part of it will be finished at the end of this week, then part 2 and part 3 in the weeks after. But by the beginning of April, by the end of March, beginning of April, we will have the Great Deconstruction Project ready to go. And what it is it's essentially a breakdown of the last 75 years of fakery, a history of news bending, and a way to delineate between real and fake as far as the confused timelines. They've converged through the medium of fake news. Mazel says echolocation. See, I think echolocation explains it better than anything without having to reach for a divine cause. It puts it all back into the realm of psychology, into the area of what we already know exists. We don't have to reach for any divine fallacy. But also, I think it helps explain the nature of the guidance through the dark, to the unknown, and the feedback loop. And not only the feedback loop, but the active component of the experiencer sending the initial signal. But navigation's the key. It's there for navigation. It's there for orientation in the dark.